please hold up on your practice. Once again, you're going to bowl your 8 games. After the 8 games, we will cut to the top 9. The right lane will move right, the left lane will move left. If you would like to get in brackets, now is your time. Once again, we have 2 sets, games 2, 3, 4, and games 5, 6, 7. We're at $5 brackets. Good luck.
Okay, because I'm like, she's speaking, I'm supposed to know her, but it's okay, I'm going to run with this. So nice to meet you. No, that's fine.
All right, welcome back, folks. C Squad is now on the lanes. C Squad qualifying on the lanes here at Lakeview Lanes, the 24-lane center. That's been our home and will be our home until we give away $10,000 and crown someone the inaugural CBE 10K Cactus Classic champion tomorrow. But we got 8 more games here this evening and then a Desperado squad tonight, which will be 2 games, and then we will know the final 14 competitors who will bowl tomorrow in the top 32. Single elimination, 3-game total pinfall match play bracket. My name is Emil Williams Jr., of course. Pleased to be back with you. Early question, as all, yes. I would highly recommend the fish sandwich here at George's Cafe. It was fantastic. Always rep the folks who feed you when you're at an event. And I would say George's Cafe is top notch. If you're ever in Sun City, stop on by the bowling center here at Lakeview Lanes. Speaking of competitors and those who really have already punched their tickets into the top 32, and I'm actually going to ask him, while we've seen a lot of that today, a lot of 3 counts, none other than PBA champion Michael Haugen Jr. joining us here on Bowlstream TV for a little bit. Mike, appreciate you joining us.
Thanks for having me.
It is, obviously it's been tough. You know what's out there. You already bowled. And you bowled on it yesterday too, actually. Watched you bowl some sweepers as well. So you had the preparation and then you went out and did it. What did you see? What was tricky? And what were the keys for you specifically and putting up a good block here, that B squad?
Okay, so what did I see was I saw a very difficult flat pattern that had plenty of OB, as you referenced the 3 count you saw that you keep seeing. And now this is a perfect example, 3 count, then he misses the headpin to the left or to the right because he's a lefty. So it's pretty flat across the middle. Not a lot of forgiveness, you know. You better execute well.
Execution does seem to be a very high premium today.
Yeah, better execute well, and you know, obviously simplicity, leave something you can make. But if you do the right thing, it's not impossible. But I mean, 8 games, nobody's 230 over, so nobody's whacking them. You know, nobody's averaging 230 on this. I mean, maybe this squad someone might, but I doubt it. It's just doesn't seem to be out there. So that was what I saw. I did bowl the sweeper yesterday. They were slightly different yesterday than today.
Sure.
But that makes sense with the strip and re-oils. And this is now the 3rd time today this pattern's been put out, so they will be slightly different again. The squad is pretty talented, though. I mean, as far as PBA players and champions and good local players and a few other players that have come from out of state to compete. It's I mean, we may not have the number of bowlers on this squad that we had in the other squad, but we definitely have a lot of talent. Lots and lots of talent. And then the final part of that question is, what worked for me? What were my keys? Patience. You know, realizing that you're going to catch a bad pair and that you didn't need to shoot 240 every game. You just, you know, needed to do what I said. Keep the ball in front of you, make your spares, catch a couple good pairs, bowl good on those, wait for the lane to come to you a little bit. Problem is, when it came to you, it didn't stay with you long. You got it for a game or 2, then it went away, and I think the scores show that. You know, so patience was really big. You know, if you could stay patient, keep the ball in the pocket, make your spares. You know, wait for the 1 or 2 big games you get, and kind of ride those to victory, so to speak.
It seems on every, you know, difficult lane condition, and you know, for the type of money that's someone's going to win tomorrow, certainly you would anticipate, you know, spare shooting to be A+, execution to be at a premium. But you anticipate, especially in an 8-game block, there's going to be those ebbs and flows, right?
Absolutely.
How, especially someone of your experience level, if you were to give advice on kind of remaining patient, which is obviously easier said than done, what advice would you give? What keys would you say, hey, maybe try this, that, and the other? And I know it starts with the mental game.
It all starts with the mental game. I mean, you have to you have to understand, like you said, the ebbs and flows. You are going to have them. You are going to throw some good shots that aren't going to turn out so good. Just the nature of the pattern, and so be it. And who you follow and when you follow them. The biggest thing is when you beat the hell out of the pocket for 10 games and you shoot 10 frames, you throw 10 great shots, you shoot 2-teen.
Right.
Mentally, you go, oh man, I bowled way better than that. But you have to understand that, the first block it took 30-something over to make the cut, and the second block it took 50-something over to make the cut. So these guys aren't even averaging 210 a game to make the cut. And if you shoot 200 every game, it's basically staying clean and catching 2 doubles, or 1 double actually, if in the right place. So it's all about patience, and it's realizing that I don't have to shoot 250 every game, so it becomes easier to focus on just making shots and making spares as opposed to when you walk into a building and you see high scores. You have to press and get them. You don't have to press and get them now. You just have to maintain. But man, I can't tell you how to be patient. You have to just bowl a lot and learn how to be patient. Experience is such a huge teacher in that. And I'm looking at this field, and there's a lot of young players in this field. They don't have that experience. Now, the good players like Stu Williams, Jacob, Darren Tang, Cortez Schenk, these guys have bowled a lot. They have experience. This guy right here, Dave Slurgano, he hasn't bowled on tour, but he's a good player.
Yep.
He's bowled some senior tournaments, and he's got experience. So he's one of the guys who understand what I'm saying. But you watch, as I'm sure you've watched the first 2 squads already. You've had people start off 220, 230, and they didn't even make the cut. They panicked and saw transition and didn't know how to figure it out. And that's where the experience of being patient comes into play. And I can't tell you how to do it, and I can't teach it to you. You have to learn it on your own. It's like a nurse, or a doctor. You go to school for 7 years and you study and you practice, and they say, okay, we're ready to go now. And then you see your first patient, and the arm is facing the other direction, and you go, oh man, how do I deal with this? Some guys deal with it right away, and some guys it takes time to learn how to deal with it. It's the same thing in anything. Experience is always the best teacher, always will be.
That is Michael Haugen Jr. in the booth with me, already dropping some knowledge here on Boldstream TV. Nice spare by D-Ron Booker. Speaking of D-Ron, he's on the pair with Nicholas Walker over there. And let's see, that is 7C. Who is 7C?
That would be 8C.
Or 8C, excuse me. Thank you very much. That is Alex Benton.
Yeah, no, some of these kids I haven't even seen before, because they don't come out for our regular tournaments, but for 10,000 on top, they show up. I know Michael, I know D-Ron. I bowled in Southern California, so I bowled a little bit against D-Ron and bowled some regionals against D-Ron. This Nicholas over here, Walker, he's starting to bowl a lot more out here regionally, so I know who he is. But I have no idea who the other guy is. But that's cool. It's nice to see some fresh faces and so forth. And this kid right here, Hunter Mays, 5 years ago he was 12 years old and he was like 5 foot nothing.
Right.
Now he's 6'2" and in great shape, and he's competing now. So that's what we're starting to see out here in Phoenix, is more guys like this who, 5 years ago, scratch bowling was down, but now we've got an influx of people coming in, and the youth is starting to get interested in the game again, and we're seeing that next wave of people come in. Now the whole two-handed thing and how they play the lanes is something I don't quite understand. It'd be like having Bobby Jones walk up and watch Dustin Johnson hit a golf ball. He'd be like, what's going on here? This doesn't make sense to me. The ball's going so far, They just play a different game. Object is still the same, obviously, to knock 10 pins down, but how you go about it is so completely different anymore. And it's mind-boggling to me what these kids can do with their 2 hands and rev rates and angles that they create. Luckily, it's a hard pattern, and we go back to experience, and we get back to patience, and shot making becomes a little bit more important, and it takes some of that power out of their hands. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth game, that power is going to come into their advantage, and that's when they're going to start to beat it up. They just can't be buried when that happens.
Braden Duke also on 5 and 6. We mentioned Dave Sirigliano. He'll be up on lane 5 momentarily. Jason Lowry, who joked earlier and said he said, well, I guess I got to get my best game out the way because he's moving left, so he's going to miss the rest of our cameras for at least until game 8.
Yeah.
And he just threw a great shot, actually, in his previous frame. Hello to Miss Mary Moore. Her son Mason is bowling on lane 4. I won't make the mistake. I'll probably end up still calling him Morgan at some point.
Yeah. He throws are pretty good. I've never seen him. Where's he? I don't know if he's from here or.
They are from Colorado,
Okay,
just outside of Denver.
Well, that would explain why I haven't seen him.
Mason bowled collegiately at Midland.
Okay.
He and his brother. His brother, wow.
Yeah. 3.9 off of the 1.369. That's pretty impressive. Unfortunately, not the right impressive, but impressive nonetheless.
Morgan, Mason's brother, finished 3rd at the New Mexico Open.
Okay.
Mason also bowled that event as well. So it's a talented family.
Again, talking about youth being served.
Yeah.
He's part of that generation too, who's coming out and bowling. I mean, obviously I won't see him much around here. We don't bowl many tournaments for 10 grand. But the game's it's in good hands. It's pretty bright. We still got a lot of young talent. Still want to bowl, want to get better. And it'll be interesting to see what bowling looks like in 5 or 10 years. Although I might be looking at it right now.
What's that evolution been like? I mean, for you, obviously you're seeing it here, but obviously you saw it and still see it on the PBA tour as well.
It's different. I mean, like as a kid, I threw plastic bowling balls, and then into urethane bowling balls, and then into reactive resonating particle and whatever you want to call it. And I also saw stricter restrictions on lane conditions. And then I saw the short oil and then the relaxed conditions, and to obviously what we call bumper bowling for league now. It's been interesting. You know, I mean, if you'd have told me when I was 15 or 20 that there were going to be two-handed bowlers and even one-handed bowlers who could rev at 550 revolutions and create 15 boards of head belly and still strike, I would have said no way. You know, because Mark Roth was the big cranker back then, and he was 3 or 4 boards, you know, maybe 5 at the utmost. It's been different, but you know, if you look at every sport, you know, tennis went from wooden rackets to aluminum rackets. Golf went from persimmon woods with Balata golf balls to irons and you know, with cavity backs in them and woods that have all kinds of technology on the face to make your off-center hit still kind of go straight, and you know, balls ricocheting off the face that, like I said, you know, Bobby Jones would have been like, there's no way that, I could hit this thing 400 yards, he'd probably say. Every game has evolved, and our sport is no different. It's definitely evolved. Never thought I would see two-handed bowling. It is what it is. It's definitely here to stay. It's something you have to get used to. But again, like I said, even one-handers. I mean, EJ Tackett can put 500, you know, and 50 plus revs on the ball. Cortez can do it. Cortez can get close to 600 revs on a bowling ball with his thumb in it. It's unheard of. I never thought I'd see that. You know, it's just mind-boggling what they can do. It's just how quickly are they going to learn? How much experience do they get under their belt? And how good are they? And how do they develop with that? You know, there's no doubt the game's gone to power and angles. You know, guys like me we're dinosaurs, but you know, we're not ready to leave the planet yet. We still got some time left to show these youngsters that straight still can be great.
It's spared by Hunter Mays. His brother Chris, I assume. Yeah, I did see Chris bringing his equipment in as well. He made the cut and made a decent run at the Mexico Open this year also.
Okay.
And over on, we got on 9 and 10. Jacob Buttriff starts his day on 9 and 10. Looks like he's on 9, so he's going to be moving left.
Yeah, Jacob will be coming into or he's already in your cameras, but he'll stay in your cameras for a while.
Yeah, he's starting slow.
Very slow.
That's Jacob Buttriff.
Yeah. Well, he's, I don't know if he's 100%.
Let's take a peek over there real quick.
He was nursing an injury a little while ago. We had the state masters here a couple weeks ago. He didn't bowl. He said he was nursing an injury. I don't know if he's 100% yet. He doesn't look 100%.
out the gates. And he's got a tough spare now in the 10th. He's got to make that just to get into the 140s.
Yeah, that's obviously not the start he wants. One guy that could make those pins up would be Jacob, because he can strike a ton. So if he were, like we talked about, games 3, 4, 5, 6, if he sees something he likes, he will definitely shoot back up the leaderboard.
8 game blocks. You do, have a little bit of time, quote unquote. Don't take that to the bank, but if you start slow, there are some games for you to make up some pins.
Yeah, I mean, Anthony Simonson, I don't know what he bowled. You have the sheet in front of you, but I don't think he was extremely high the first couple games.
No, he wasn't. He went 190, 180.
Right. So I mean, and I did the same thing. I went 190, 170, and we're second, third on our squad. So there's definitely time. Like I said, patience, and just like Hunter for example here. He's upset. He went high and then left 3-2-7 for him. He just chopped it. You can see the look of disgust and frustration on his face. Well, it's game 1. I mean, I know it's not what you want, but you can't get down on yourself already, because if you do, you're already done. But again, he's probably 18 or 22 or something.
And it's leaving me now, because I talked to his mom about both of them at the New Mexico Open, and asked about ages, and Chris was still bowling, so I just kind of wanted a few notes. But yes, you're on track from an age perspective.
Yeah. So his experience level is very minimal compared to someone like Dave or myself. We've been bowling longer than he's been alive twice.
Now you said it, not me.
I'm 55.
But you're acknowledging.
I'm well aware of how old I am. You can't change it. The trick is to be 55 and still competitive.
Which you are. I think you've owned that. You got that part in the bag. Oh, all right, Alex.
Yeah, that's a nice break.
All right, one more, and I'll get him to 220. With the length of this pattern, the amount of mills, 28.7, 44 feet. And for those who haven't seen the pattern, let me just drop that onto the frame real quick. We talked about it each block, and we'll do the same here.
Congratulations.
And I'll ask Michael, after Alex's shot, for the viewers who see a graph, and we've all done it at some point, where we look at a graph and wonder what it is that we're actually looking at. What are the
Sometimes I wanted to say thing.
what are like for a novice, maybe the most important items to look at when you're looking at a lane pattern or graph?
I mean, generally the first thing I look at is length and volume, because that gives you an idea of how far you're going to be pushing the ball down the lane before it breaks. And then the second thing, the volume, is going to tell me, do I have hold or do I have to throw it against the pattern, so to speak. And then the third thing I look at is that first run from 2 to 2. That first run from 2 to 2 can tell you if you can play out or in on a pattern. The more loads they put out 2 to 2, generally you can't play out by the gutter to start. You have to play a little bit further left. The rule of 31 used to be pretty good, but with all the urethane going down the lane and the rev rates, the rule of 31 doesn't apply as much anymore as it used to, because it seems like every pattern we bowl on, guys are starting further right than they normally do. This is one exception to the pattern. If you're not throwing urethane, you're not starting right on this pattern. It's just not happening. And I've seen more guys start where say Jason is right there than on other patterns. Most of the time, even on a 44-foot pattern, you still got guys trying to play urethane out, and you don't see much of it here right now. But graphs are tricky. They serve their purpose. They give you a good starting point and so forth. But everyone I've ever talked to about this, or I've ever coached, I always tell them, man, let your ball be the guide. So you can look at a graph and you can say, okay, there's this much volume, there's this much length. So this is an idea of where I should be breaking the ball off the pattern. But there's no guarantee that I need to go down the lane to get to that, or do I need to open up to the lane to get to that? And there's no guarantee that I need to throw a strong ball or a weak ball, per se, to get to that point. So at the end of the day, I always tell people, the graph is there, but your bowling ball is always going to tell you what's on the lane. And pay attention to that, because I can make a 34-foot pattern play pretty tight if I want, if I have the right oil that pushes down and put in a volume across it to make it carry down and get tight. Or I can put a 50-foot pattern out and take all the volume away, and you'll be hooking it more than you would on a 34-foot pattern. So it's all irrelevant. And then obviously you got topography, and that's the other thing. No matter what you put out in this building, the track is pretty dominant. It takes over. It does that in a lot of places, but it really does here. So that's why you see more guys, starting further left than you normally would on these patterns. But the ball is the key. You throw your ball. Let your ball tell you what's out. Your ball's always going to tell you where there's hold. It's always going to tell you where there's hook. The pattern may suggest to you where it is, but I always tell people the patterns can be fool's gold sometimes. Don't live and die by them. Live and die by your ball reaction. Your ball will always tell you.
Or trouble there for Hunter in the fifth. That makes a lot of sense because when I watched A Squad this morning, I watched the sweepers towards the end. I didn't see him on the fresh.
Right.
But I was like, okay. And then, I watched Matt Jones this morning. He had to play an area that he was already playing like later in the block in a sweeper. And so I got to wonder, I'm like, okay, well, how much room is he going to have at the end of 8 games? It was game 2. He had the front 7.
Yeah.
And it didn't end up obviously phasing him. And I think he already had a plan because, he threw something different on the field. He was already thinking about which balls he may need to go to keep him in the same zone.
Absolutely.
But it makes a lot of sense from a track dominant area. We've been talking about, great center, a lot of league bowlers, which is fantastic. And Theo always said, hey, no matter what pattern he tries to put out, create whatever, at some point they begin to get a little playable. And I'm sure the track has a lot to do with that.
It always does. I mean, I don't care where you go. I don't care what pattern you put out. The pattern starts off being a pattern, and then after balls get thrown down and carried down and people using surface and taking oil off the lane, at some point in time, the track and the characteristics of the house show up. And they do in every tournament, in every building. And if you think otherwise, I want to bowl you for a lot of money. Because that's just what happens.
Right.
And the trick is understanding how different patterns play, and how much is your surface new or is it old? How dominant is the track? Understanding that, and then looking at the patterns so you know where you need to move when you make your moves. And you probably saw it this morning. Guys played out. Then all of a sudden they jumped left. They didn't just inch their way left. They jumped left. And some guys did inch their way left, but they weren't bowling very well. The ones that bowled well jumped left. And if they weren't already left, they jumped left after a game or two and started creating angles to the front. And then they started scoring, obviously.
Final few shots here, 10th frame. For Braden Duke and Hunter Mays. Unfortunate chop of the
2-5, I believe it was, yeah.
From Dave in the 10th. It gets 202.
Yeah, he wasn't real happy about that, obviously. He has a chance to get to 230. Maybe got a touch quicker, just a pinch right, and all of a sudden he left the 2-5, and then to chop it. That's the one thing I don't know how much you've been paying attention to spares, but people shooting spares across the lane or in the middle of the lane today. Plastic balls are picking up sooner than they normally do.
Yeah,
and people are seeing that early hook they're not used to seeing. So that 2-5 you saw chop today, you've probably seen a ton of it all day today.
That flat part, man, in the middle.
Yes, sir.
Instant hook.
Yes, and people think, well, it's plastic, it won't hook. It'll hook. If you're not creating
day,
any angle
day.
with it, it'll hook. As soon as you go down the lane with plastic, it'll pick up. And people go, that's impossible. It can't pick up as early as resin. Yes, it can, and it does.
Just like that, game 1 is in the books. I know you got to go at some point. How many games?
I could do one more game probably, and then I'll probably have to start making my way over. I guess I should probably look and see what time my wife's flight comes in, because that's the big thing.
Yeah, you don't want to be tardy.
Yeah. Yeah, I got to figure that out.
Spend some time in the cell phone lot.
No, I'll go home first. Luckily we live pretty close to the airport, so I'll go home first and then do that. But I need to look at this real quick. Let's see, 1095 from Denver to Phoenix. Then I'll see what I got. then I'll let you know exactly how long I can stay
Okay.
here. Assuming I can get my my phone to pick up the internet here. There we go. Must be a very bad spot for the internet service in this building because I'm having a hard time getting a signal.
You got the flight number? You just mentioned it, didn't you?
Yeah, it's on Southwest, and it's do flight status yet. Denver to Phoenix, 1095. She's coming in at 8:57. All right, so I can definitely do at least one more game.
Okay.
And it's what it's 6:42, so I might be able to do 2 games, 2 hours.
Now don't chance it.
Nah, because she'll be in at 8:40 at the earliest.
Okay.
And 2 games here's another hour. It's about a half hour a game. So that'll be an hour. It'll be 7:40. I get home.
I've been that guy. You know, you plan it and you accidentally get a little late picking up the wife at the airport.
Oh no.
There's a look.
Oh, there's words too. And the words are usually, I've been working all weekend. I've worked for the last 3 days, and I have to wait for you to pick me up. And the only thing you can say to that is, yes, baby, I'm sorry.
Yep. I'm now at a point in my life where I can share such experiences with individuals like yourself.
Yes, sir.
Talk about experience. That's another. That has nothing to do with bowling, but that's an experience that also I enjoy talking to folks who have that experience level on a different side of things, life experiences as well.
Right.
Game 2 looks like it's underway throughout the building. And taking a look at 9 through 12 briefly, we'll get you back to 5 through 8 because D-Ron Booker just threw a really, really good shot to start. Every time I see D-Ron, I always enjoy watching him bowl.
He's got a nice classic style. Kind of trapped though. He's not rev rating enough to keep up with the high rev players, and he's got too much rev rate to play straight. And he's kind of trying to figure out how he wants to work that all, into his game here, so to speak. I'd be curious to see that guy throw a plastic ball or a spare ball or a strike ball at that spare. He just missed a 610. I can't see it come off the rack.
I think he threw a
strike
reactive ball. Yeah.
And this is one of the things. I know you guys at home see some of the pros throw their you don't call it strike spare ball, but they throw their aggressive, strong bowling ball, and they try to flatten it out. And they go, I can flatten it out. I can flatten it out. And I mean, okay, yeah, Norm Duke does it, and a few other people do it. Those guys got extreme touch. There's a reason why 95% of the people that bowl these high-end tournaments use a plastic ball for the single pins or double pin spares like that, because it takes part of the pattern out of play. And unfortunately for Mr. Moore there, he was the unruly benefactor of shooting your reactive bowling ball at a spare.
Talking about great touch there from D-Ron Booker. Double off camera. Let's get you back there now. We'll see Mason Moore.
Well, he sure gets a lot of it easily. It's doesn't look like he's working too hard to put about 535 revolutions on a bowling ball. And I might have cut him short there.
Smooth, easy, and then just boom.
Yeah.
Speaking of the straight game, I was talking to Theo a little earlier about this. Unfortunate there for Nicholas. I was like, and I threw it out to the chat too, wondering how kind of people develop their style as they got into the sport. And for those who started early, maybe they watched their parents. Maybe they, even now, someone on TV, you know, Brianna Cote, right? Professionals that they watch on television. Maybe it's just how they were coached. How did you develop your style? And the other thing I noticed, once it's there, you make tweaks and you try to add, but typically when one tries to make major changes completely, it doesn't really go well because you kind of get away from who you are as a player. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. So basically, yeah, I give a few lessons, not a ton. Oh, I got to stop right quick on lane 3. Hunter Mays just took out the 2-8 or the 4-8. Just got a 2 count on lane 3. Talk about that OB. He was all in it. But basically,
second 2 count I've seen today.
Okay.
Not from Hunter.
Sure. When I give a lesson with somebody, you know, obviously you look at them bowl, you see what they do, and then you ask them a question. You know, what are you trying to achieve here? Do you physically want to be better? Do you mentally want to be better? A combination of both, whatever, blah, blah, blah. At some point in time, most of the people need some kind of physical tweak. Something. Whatever you do well, or whatever you're doing sometimes well, that's you, and that's unique to you, and you're going to do that. So trying to change that usually works out in disaster. It usually doesn't work out well. You generally take what someone has and you just try to make it better. And you can't take a straight player and say, oh, I'm going to have you hook the whole lane now. I mean, yeah, you might get lucky. There might be a few kids who can do it or whatever, a few people that can do it. For the most part, you got what you got. And you need to stay within that. There's no doubt about that. You can tweak some things. But like for example, for me, if I was watching, Moore Bowl here, and you say, hey, Mike, I want you to do that, I just say, okay, whatever, you're being funny. But the amount of time it would take me to change my swing, not just at the bottom of it, but how you get into it, steepness and timing and everything else. I mean, I could probably spend the next 5 years doing it. I'm not going to get to his rev rate. It just doesn't happen. But in the same token, if I wanted him to play straight, he wouldn't be able to play straight the way I play straight. He might be able to take his hand on him and do some different things, but he wouldn't be able to do it. So it is generally that. It is who you watch, whether it be TV or a family member or, you bowl league and you see someone do something like, oh, I want to do that, that's better, And you generally learn it young. And whatever that is that you learn, that's pretty much what you got. And the kids, obviously, and he is definitely a kid, they grew up on what we called the bumper bowling, where you had, anything right at 10 came back, and you had balls that were explosive, and you learned how to do exactly what he did. You learned how to be smooth and tall at the line and just grab it. That, for me, it would look like I was wrenching the living hell out of it. He does it like he's just like me shooting a 10-pin, like, no problem. I'm just walking down the street. And that's what happens. I don't even know how to explain it. It's just what happens. He's a product of his environment. We're all products of our environment, and rev rate and angles is what's predominant in this environment. And as long as the balls keep getting stronger and stronger, it's going to continue to create more angle. And if you want to strike and keep up, especially when lanes get a little softer and scores go up, you better have that rev rate to open up that pocket and get those hits, because those guys rely on the half 10 that's standing in the messenger coming across to get it, as much as I rely on splitting the 8-9. It's just what they do. It's when they throw a messenger doesn't strike, they're upset, because they're used to seeing that go. And if I throw a messenger, I'm happy as hell. I'm like, that's great. It's mind-boggling, like what he can do to the bowling ball. I mean, when he harnesses this, that again is the future of the game. Him, Cortez, stuff like that. When these guys figure out how to harness this, it's high volume, high octane striking. If the patterns continue to stay the way they are, at the end of the day, they can rev it all they want. The pattern dictates what balls they're going to throw. And if you take some of these explosive balls out of their hand and make them throw urethane, they'll still strike, but they won't be as explosive as, like what he did that last shot right there. And this guy on 7, I know who he is, but I don't remember his name. And I don't think he puts his thumb all the way in it. He kind of palms it and does it, but he creates, angles that we can't create. I can't create. It's just, it's impressive.
There's Buttriff. Much better start.
Yeah, it looks like he changed balls. Let's see, I could watch this kid bowl all day. I mean,
it is aesthetically pleasing.
It is. I mean, I don't like to bash, but I'm not a big fan of two-hand bowling.
Okay.
I never have been. They're not breaking any rules because the rules say they can do it, so be it. But I don't publicly just blast on Facebook that I'm not a big fan of it, but I don't like it. I don't think it should be part of our game. It is, so be it. And you can see guys who do it well, and you can see guys who are learning it and struggling with it. But when I watch someone who can rev it traditionally, and I still wouldn't call him traditional because, if you were teaching a traditional swing, it wouldn't necessarily be this. He's still got the power game stuff. He still follows through left and does some things. But when a one-hander can create that kind of revolutions and that kind of angle, it's fun to watch. I mean, and don't get me wrong, I'm not discrediting the two-handers. I mean, when Belmo's bowling well, it's poetry. He can control ball speed, he can control angles, he can control tilt, and he does it on a dime. And that's why he's been as good as he's been. The two-handed bowling, it helps you get more leverage if you can't do it with one hand, and it helps you clear a thumb hole. If you have a problem with a thumb hole, clearing a thumb hole, it takes that out of play. But by no means does it mean that two-handed bowlers suck, because they don't. And I'm not saying that. There's plenty of very good, talented two-handed bowlers out there. I just prefer to see it one-handed, but that's my opinion. You could get 5 other guys in here and say, "Oh, two-handed's great," and that's okay too. It's why we're in America, and we have freedom of opinions and speech and so forth and whatever, and it's good for debate.
I always tell people, one of my bestest of friends, Brian Valentin,
Okay.
we went to college together. He was the very first two-hander I ever saw. I was 18 years old, and someone who grew up, throwing it down and in because that's what we were taught, right? When I saw him bowl, I think of any phrase that would describe shock and awe. And
just wow.
And that was me.
Wow.
So I got a chance to see it early, like very early.
Sure.
In that instance. So it's but I can say though, you see some differences in it too now from when I saw it in 2003.
If I'm not mistaken, didn't Valenta put his thumb in it? It was two-handed?
Yes, he did.
So that was the first evolution of it, and then obviously other people went without the thumb. To me personally, if you were going to go two-handed, I would never put my thumb in the ball, because I think it takes away from some of the stuff you can create by being two-handed. Maldonado is a pretty good example of that. He was two-handed with his thumb in it for a while, and then he took his thumb out, and then he won. So there's advantages to it. So back in the day, before reactive resin bowling balls came out, there's a gentleman that lived in Southern California by the name of Bob Markowitz, and he's the guy that wrote the program for Brackman for brackets back in the day. So he's a pretty smart guy, and obviously a bowler. And he's a tall guy. He's like 6'4". He's got really big hands, and he used to throw with the 2 fingers, but not the thumb. But when he shot spares, like 10 pins or whatever, he put his thumb in it and he'd do it that way. And he could hook it with his thumb in it, but he wasn't as good as he was without his thumb in it. And so I asked him, I said, well, why do you do it this way? Why are you taking your thumb out? Because he wasn't two-handing it. He was kind of walking up like this and then letting it go, but he was clearly thumb out. And I said, well, why do you do it that way? And he goes, because I can open up the pocket and I can strike more that way. So it was clearly an advantage. And you can watch someone like Nicholas, who he can throw it with his thumb in it. I mean, I don't know if he's doing it now for the 10 pin or whatever, but he can throw it with his thumb. I've seen him do it. But he can't strike one-handed. He can't get the leverage that he needs, and but with two-handed he can. So, it's clearly it gives you a chance to be more competitive if you can't properly do it one-handed, and it makes a guy say 5'8" and 130 pounds can almost be as competitive if somebody's 6'2" and 220 pounds. It can level you out in that respect, and that's both the good and bad of it, so to speak. Unfortunately, in my opinion, that's just the good and bad of it. But at the end of the day, I'm not bashing it. I just don't like it. They're not breaking any rules. Again, I'm saying that clearly. Again, they're not breaking any rules. So, they're perfectly fine doing what they're doing. I just don't do it.
Hook.
But I mean, here's a guy you can see he's kind of come into two-handing. He's been doing it probably for 2 or 3 years now. He still hasn't quite figured it out. He will. He's still young, but you can see him struggling with it. His timing gets a little loose. His direction gets a little off sometimes. And then you can look at someone like Simonson, who's probably just a little bit older than him, and one of the best in the world. Probably going to go into the Hall of Fame. I think he's already Hall of Fame eligible. He's got to get the time in. So it's like anything. You've got your straight players who play straight well, and then you've got your straight players who don't play well, and then you've got your tweeners and your people with the thumb in who can bowl well and can't. You got the same thing, two-handers, same thing. Left-handers, same thing. Left-handers bowl well, left-handers don't bowl well. So every style you have, you still have guys that are doing it really, really, really well, and you have some guys that are still struggling and learning. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how you do it. You still better be good at what you do, or you're not going to be at the top of the leaderboard. And all the guys that figure it out, whether they're one-handed, two-handed, left-handed, right-handed, whatever, it doesn't matter. They're pretty good, or they wouldn't be there. And obviously, Belmo's great.
Right.
His record speaks for itself. I mean, he's put up numbers that are Roger Federer, Serena Williams, Tiger Woods-ish type numbers. They're pretty impressive.
It's funny you said that. My man Nolan Hughes, who now works at PBA, and handles a lot of digital content. Great writer. He and I think maybe someone else kind of dove into Belmo's numbers historically against Tiger, Serena-esque, those type of players at the upper echelons of their respective sports. And obviously completely different, each one of those sports. But there are a lot of similarities across the board. Wins, top fives, those type of statistics. It was very interesting read. But greats are greats. That's what they do.
Right. And it's the argument, you always talk about different eras, talk about baseball teams, basketball teams, would the Bulls in the 90s be better than the Golden State Warriors when they were dominant?
Yes.
Who was the better team? Well, basketball's played differently then, so it's you can could have, would have, should have all you want, but you'll never get it. Would Earl Anthony have been dominant in today's era as he was back in the day? And everyone goes, well, Earl threw it straight. Well, maybe Earl would have adapted with reactive resin. We don't know. We just don't know. But in golf, you have Bobby Jones, you have Greg Norman, then you have Jack Nicklaus and Tiger, and they're like, well, they're products of their environment. Yes, they are. But at the end of the day, the greats are still great, and the greats would be great in any era because they'd figure out what needs to be done to be great. That's why they're great. It's not because the equipment made them great. They figured out what to do with that equipment that makes them great. And probably the 6 inches between their ears is probably way better than most everyone else's 6 inches between their ears.
In the booth with Michael Haugen Jr. here at Game 2 on Bowlstream TV. Lakeview Lanes, C Squad qualifying. 8 games here, and then the Desperado squad essentially to follow tonight's C Squad. We'll have 9 players advance from C. Michael is already in for tomorrow, the top 32. Tied for third.
I tied for third, and
maybe get you an extra bye.
I think I'm already locked into the extra bye, and I'm speaking on assumption and hearsay because I haven't had it officially confirmed yet. But my understanding is the top 2 players of each squad get 2 byes, and then 2 out of the next 3 guys, that'll be third on each squad. The 2 highest scores get the 2 buys as well, and then the other guys get 1 bye. Well, we had a different situation because I tied for third on my squad. So the tiebreaker would become the high game you bowled today, and I had a higher game than Bobby. So I would actually be 3rd seed, and he would be 4th seed out for the squad. If that's the case, and you're only taking 3rd place to get those 2 buys, even if the 3rd place number off the squad was to be higher than mine, then I would still be 8th because I win the tiebreaker. So at this point, I have been told I have 2 buys.
Oh, okay.
And I get to sleep in a little bit. So I'm very grateful for that. Not only to get the 2 buys and sleep in a little bit, but also because it's obviously 2 less matches you have to bowl.
Yes.
And you're also guaranteed to finish no worse than 9 through 16th as opposed to 25th through 32.
Right.
So it's huge. Very fortunate that I got in that position, because there's obviously a lot of guys on this squad who could potentially beat my number, and they won't get that benefit. So looking at D-Ron again in the 6th frame, he missed probably a board and a half, 2 boards right of his target at laydown point, and he washed out, and now he's got to basically spare up for 2-0 again. So again, we're talking about patience. He's a good player. He had a double, then he had 2 spares, and he had another double. So through 6 frames, he's looking like he could shoot 260, and now the best he's going to do is 201. And when you do that 2 or 3 or 4 times, that wears you out, man. That tests your patience, that tests your mettle. Now, getting back to my whole 2-handed thing right there, you just saw that Nicholas did throw a spare with his thumb in it, and he threw it plenty hard enough, but he can't do that with his thumb in it to make the ball powerfully hit. That's the reason why he went to 2 hands. And that's always been my biggest argument as to why it's fine recreationally, but it shouldn't be allowed at the sport level. But there's 50 other people that find another argument that justifies why it is fine at the sport level.
Justin Ziegler, by the way.
Yes, that's who it is, Justin Ziegler, yes.
Thanks to whoever dropped that in the chat for me. I forgot.
Yeah. So speaking of the chat, if any of these guys have any questions I can answer real quick before I jump off, feel free to fire in.
Well, there's one already. Let's see. Bowling World asks. Is that Pat Martinez, by the way?
Who?
Patrick Martinez, I'm wondering. I don't know, but it might be. Anyway, they asked thoughts on the bowling world with now the widespread of professionals and amateurs doing so much from a digital marketing stance. So I'm assuming maybe you throw in some social media, promotional aspects. Your thoughts on bowling in the digital space, which, you know, 21st century, you got to put yourself out there and be able to market in different ways.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little different than most people. I'm independent. So, you know, I don't really have to go on social media and thank a ball company, you know, specifically for letting me throw their stuff or whatever. I am grateful for every company that does send me stuff, and I do make my post. But if you're an up-and-comer today and you're trying to build a future for yourself in this sport, obviously the first thing you better be able is you better be good. And then secondly, you better promote your sport, promote your product, promote your sponsors, so to speak. And there's good and bad to that. You know, the good is obviously there's exposure, and people who may not have, you know, like young kids, for example, they're not going to get seen by certain colleges if they don't bowl certain tournaments. But if they do social media, you know, maybe a college will say, hey, this kid looks pretty good. We've got an extra scholarship lying around. We'll give him a shot, stuff like that. People like Belmo, who obviously can go on social media and say, this is the best bowling ball ever made, and then 50 of them are sold immediately. They have impact. So, you know, that kind of stuff, it's obviously great. The downside of it, ask Tiger Woods, your life is no longer your life. Anything you say, you know, it's like being arrested. Anything you say can and will be held against you in the court of law, so to speak. you have to be careful sometimes, because when you say something, it can get misconstrued, and then all of a sudden you're the bad guy when you really didn't say it that way, or it didn't mean it in the text that way, but that's the way they saw it written, and so that's verbatim as to what it is. And then, God forbid, you text it so it's true. Well, that's not necessarily true either, you know. So it's good and bad. You know, Daria Pajot is dealing with some of that on Facebook right now, and Instagram, and you know, she's made some posts, and she's done that because she's obviously trying to grow her brand, and she's giving back to people who have supported her. And then there are people who are criticizing her for what she's doing. And you're going to have haters no matter what you do. And once you go on social media and you make those posts, you put yourself susceptible to that. Whereas if you just kept your mouth shut and hid, they can't get to you. They have to come directly to you to get to you. Right. And most people don't have that much courage, but they have a ton of courage behind a keyboard. You know, so it's a very difficult spot to be in. Like anything, I think the intent and the idea of it can be so good and so powerful and so helpful. But unfortunately, you have a few that abuse, and you know, you can see the dark side of it, so to speak. But it is here to stay. You know, what I'm saying right now, I'm sure, you know, the people who love two-handed bowling, you know, and they go on Facebook, Haugen's bashing two-handers, blah, blah, blah. You know, well, that's not what I'm doing. But right. You know, I mean, and it can happen easily. And I know that the second I open my mouth and say that, I'm susceptible to it. And that's okay, you know. The beauty of this, like we talked about earlier, the beauty of this country is everyone's allowed to have their opinion. And you're allowed to say it, you know, as long as it's not, you know, hurting anybody, so to speak. You know, that's the good, bad, and ugly of it, basically. And in no uncertain terms. But I mean, from a marketing standpoint, God, how could you not like, if you're Storm Bowling and you want to promote a new bowling ball, and Jason Bomani puts a video of him hooking the hole in and striking with it, or if you're Brunswick and you got Walter Ray, the most winningest player of all time, you know, talking about how great this ball is and how it helps him win. It's such a powerful tool. You're going to reach way more eyes than you can, obviously, without it. So it could be a great thing. It really can.
Good answer there. A couple questions before I let you depart. It's 7:08.
Okay.
All right. Andrew asked, what do you consider the best moment of your career? That's a good question.
I really can't pinpoint one best moment of my career. I've been very fortunate. I've had a few. I talked about this a little bit when I was in the booth on the PBA 50 tour, and you know, they were like, which title meant the most to you? And I've won 5 on the national tour, and
a major.
Yeah, and they said, well, pick one. Well, I can't. And I'll go through it real quick. So the first title was your first title, so that's always special. My second title was a big comeback against a player in a major, and that was my first major, so that was pretty special.
I actually still remember watching that.
And then my third title was special because it was the first time I'd won with my wife. She may not have been my wife at the time, but we were together and so forth. So it was the first time that I was with her that she was there to see me win. The fourth title was pretty special because that's when I won and proposed. And then
I was going to say, yeah, you dropped on a knee.
Yeah. And then the fifth one was probably the least significant of them all because it wasn't on national TV. It was on, at the time, Extra Frame.
Okay.
But it was still special because it's still a title, and I bowled 289 to win that match, so that was a good match and all. But you know, they all kind of mean something to me, and I've been fortunate to have more than one moment. I'm very grateful for that. You know, I've always said that as a bowler, and I see people who bowl these tournaments and they love the game, and they go out and they bowl regionals and they bowl on tour, and they never cash, they never do anything, and then some of them develop into players and whatever. I always felt like the good guys, the people who really love the game and play for the right reasons, I always wish they could experience victory at either the regional level or the national level at least once, because it is an unbelievable feeling. It's just, you can't even describe, you know, how it is to win at that level. I mean, you're bowling against the best in the world, and that week you're the best. And as what we do in our sport, it doesn't get any better than that. So that's pretty cool. I can't see it. You got to tell me. I don't have my glasses on, so I can't read it.
David said the senior tour in some ways is more entertaining and definitely more relatable for most bowlers. So essentially, why don't we see more PBA 50 on the big networks? You know,
Okay,
for example.
so I'll give you a small three-part answer to that. The first part of that question is it's relatable to the older generation. If I asked a 12-year-old, the national tour now is probably more relatable to them than it is to say a 30 or 40 or 50-year-old.
Sure.
So it's all relative to who you're asking. So I don't think it's a fair statement to say it's more relatable. It's more relatable to that person because they're probably a little older and they grew up watching myself and the other guys bowl on TV and so forth. So that part I get. The reason we are not on network TV is when Fox took over for ESPN, when ESPN's contract expired and we went to Fox, I was told that we went to Fox and proposed the idea of showing some of the senior PBA 50 majors on TV. And at the time, Fox wasn't interested in it. They just wanted the national tour, the best players out there. I don't know if that's changed. I don't know if there's conversations. I hope there are. Because getting back to his point about being relative, I've said this and I believe this, that if you were to put the PBA 50 top 5 on television, we would draw just as many players, just as many viewers, if not more viewers, than the national tour does now because of his reasoning, because more people growing up watching us and being relatable to us. Now, we won't know that because we're not on TV, and we'll never get the chance. Hopefully we'll get the chance to find out. But I do believe that if you did put the PBA 50 guys on the show, that we would still draw just as good, if not better, than the national tour. It's no disrespect to Belmonte and those other guys, but there's a lot of people that watch bowling, like this guy or this woman. I don't know who it was. So,
David.
Okay, so it was a man. That he's watched us enough, and he wants to see us. Trust me, we want to be there, but it's not our call. It's Fox's call, and until someone can convince Fox that they're not going to lose viewership by putting the over 50 crowd on, that the product is still good, it's not happening. So we keep our fingers crossed that maybe one day it will happen. Who knows?
David, I'm going to suggest you write a letter, send an email to Fox, let them know that you'd like to see. And it's as crazy as that sounds, and they may not look at it, that kind of thing. That'd be the thought, but they read it.
And
they really do.
And if enough of you are writing asking for it, it gets their attention. So, at the end of the day, here's the deal: sponsor shows, and that's how they stay on TV. Now, certain sponsors, unless it's like morally unethical, don't care what they're sponsoring. If it's cornhole, or if it's bowling, or if it's tennis, or if it's this or it's that, all they care about is that there's eyes on program. So if somehow we could get 5 million people watching bowling when it was on TV, it doesn't sound like it's a really big number, but that's a huge number. If we could get 5 million people to watch the show when it's on TV, and it was an over 50 crowd, I guarantee you it'd be on every week, or it would be on every time we had our season, because if we had 5 million people watching, people would be paying money for advertising on that because they'd want 5 million eyes seeing their product. And that's how it is. When you have 1 million people watching the show, it's still a nice number, but it's not enough to control what you're putting on, to control the product on. And trust me when I tell you, Pepsi and BMW, they don't care what they're sponsoring. They care about how many people are watching what's on that show. And if we could create that viewership, we would have television, and we'd obviously have sponsors. We'd get a few more bucks too. That would be kind of nice.
What bowling balls you use today?
Let's see, what did I do? It was basically 3 balls I used today. I threw a gem, I threw a ProMotion, and I threw a RST X3. Were the 3 bowling balls I used. The first game, I started with the ProMotion. About halfway through the first game, I just felt like it wasn't the right deal. I switched to the X3. It was closer, but it wasn't quite right. I shot 190. Second game, I made a little bit different move on the lane, still staying with the X3, and I shot 170 opening in the 10th. So after assessing what was happening and how I was playing the lanes and so forth, I came up with a different game plan, and I went to the gym. And I used the gym for the next 2 or 3 games. And then when that went away, I went back to the pro motion, just chasing in a little bit. And then when that went away, I chased it even more with the X3 and opened up the lane a little bit. By no means was it a big open up, but you know, for me, 4 or 5 boards of head belly is quite a bit. So that's kind of what I did with it.
How many more you got left?
How many what?
Questions. How many more can I get you?
If they're asking, I'll answer.
Okay. Let's take a look at 9 through 12. We've got the family of Alex Benton watching, so we'll give them a little bit more Alex, and then we'll get you back to 5 through 8, and Jacob Buttriff and Stu Williams here in a sec. Dave Sirigliano also bowling on right now 9 and 10. I actually think Cortez Shank is on 13 and 14.
Yeah, 13 and 14 right now.
So he might be working his way toward us as well. All right, we got Michael Haugen Jr. in the booth. It is game 3. We'll get you some score updates in a second, but he's answering questions, and we're going to keep asking. Good shot by Stu. I feel like this one's been answered by both individuals, but they may have not seen their respective social posts. But Bowl 300 asks, why do you feel players like Walter and Pete don't bowl the national tour anymore? Is it related to lane patterns, etc.? But I think both have answered that in their own respective ways. But I'll your thoughts on that, because
it's the same reason why I don't bowl on the national tour anymore. It is partially pattern related, but it's also rev rate related. Jacob, Anthony Simonson, Jason Belmonte, EJ Tackett, and so on and so on. The rev rate that's out on tour moves oil down the lane so quickly and takes it off the front so quickly that while somebody like myself or Walter or Pete or even Duke for that matter, who retired from the game, we can get to the pocket, we can get to the 1-3 just as much, if not more than some of those other guys can, but our ball's dead on arrival, so to speak. And any sport you look at, golf, baseball, football, even tennis. I mean, what Serena did at 40 years old, playing 5 times this year and getting into the third round and pushing that opponent to a third set, that was incredible. It just doesn't happen. Father Time is undefeated, will remain undefeated. Tom Brady's cheating it right now, but it is undefeated. And, there's just things you can't do. And, Pete can still get to the pocket. He can still hook it as much as the next guy. But the problem is he's doing it, at 13, 14 miles per hour when these guys are doing it at 17 miles per hour. Well, you don't need much to figure out that the guy that's throwing at 17 miles an hour, creating the same angles the guy throwing at 14 miles an hour, is probably going to strike a little more. And it doesn't sound like much, but the difference between getting one hit every other game in a block, 6-game block or an 8-game block, is 60 pins or 80 pins, depending on where you don't get that hit. So if you're giving up 80 pins a block in an 8-game block, and you're giving up 60 pins in a 3-game block to the best players in the world, how are you going to beat them? You're not. You're not going to beat them. And that's why we don't pull the regular tour anymore.
That's a good answer. Steph asks, with new bowlers or young bowlers, do you believe they should have a higher average before going to PBA or PWBA? And so what do you think the baseline average is? I do know both organizations have there is a number. And I could be wrong on PBA, but I know in PWBA there is a number. I think it's like 190.
I think the PWBA is 190. I think that the Pro Tour is 200. And, I'll be honest with you. To average 200 in league and think you're ready for tour, that's a joke. But in the same token, there's guys that average 240 or better in league and are not even prepared for tour. And vice versa. You've got some people who, just for whatever reason, they don't strike a lot. They don't strike enough. They don't string them together enough. And they're 215 or 222, but they go on tour, and when their scoring pace is now 205 to 210, they're very competitive. So it's a very iffy answer to a question, because there are some people who actually would bowl better in sport pattern and competitive environment versus a league bowler per se. At the end of the day, though, when you bowl league, and we have plenty of leagues across the country, we have plenty of areas where bowling is big, metropolitanly wise. You can tell who the good players are and who the bad players are, per se. And you could look at someone and say, this guy's 230, and he would probably make it on tour. Or this guy's 230, he has no chance of making it on tour. And I think people can see that. You still see talent, and
right.
you can still kind of judge that. But it's not as cut as dry as is 230 the number before you go on tour, or as a woman bowler, the stuff I've seen them bowl on and the scores they put on, you better be averaging 220 on league before you think about coming out and bowling against the ladies tour, because they sometimes bowl on tougher conditions than the men do. And
they get a nice variety.
It's not a knock. It's just is what is, and it's who's dictating what patterns are going out and whatever. But some of the patterns I've seen the women bowl on, man, they are ugly, you know. And I know they say, well, the guys are better, blah blah blah. You know, yeah, the guys can open up the lane more and they can break the lane down more. So eventually, when the lane opens up, it might open up better for the men than it does the women. But man, there are some patterns that I'd take the women over the men on some of those patterns, because they're just better at keeping the ball in line and making their spares, and a little bit better touch per se than more power. So again, I can't give you a definite, well, you better be 230 or better, or you better be this or that, because it's not as simple as that. There's more to that problem and that solution than just saying it's a number, because it's not. You know, it's like when you're bowling and you're playing a lane, and you know you're leaving a half 10. Well, some people move right, some people throw it slower, some people grab it more, some people change balls. You know, so the answer is never 2 + 2 is 4. Sometimes it's 0.5 + 3.5 is 4. Sometimes it's -4 + 8. There's a lot of different ways to get to 4. And there's a lot of different ways to get to these things. So it's not as simple as yes or no, unfortunately.
Well, you didn't tell me math was going to be included in tonight's festivities.
We bowl geometric figures. And physics is applied in bowling, and math has to be involved some way, shape, or form.
Good question here. Very interesting one. What's your secret to shooting so many big games in qualifying? I've seen you just lock and load, and the rest of the field is still trying to figure them out. Cheers from Harry in Florida. Cheers, Harry.
That's my DJ, Harry the DJ. Thanks for watching, buddy. You should be spinning records. It's late in Florida right now. I think it's just like anything, experience. And when you see something you like, you take advantage of it, because you don't know how long you're going to have it. And so the experience teaches you confidence. And when you've seen yourself, the lanes get a certain way, and you've seen the ball shape and you're comfortable with it, you know, you don't have to think so much about what you're trying to do. You just let it happen. And at the end of the day, the biggest problem for bowlers trying to shoot numbers in competition is the value they put on the shot instead of just bowling. And it's the easiest thing in the world to say, and it's the hardest thing in the world to do. When you go practice anytime during the week, you walk in and you average 250 in practice, you go bowl league, in the first 10 minutes of practice, you're whacking them. You can't miss. The light comes on, all of a sudden it's 10-pin, 4-pin, whatever. What's changed? Nothing has changed in the last 2 seconds that you turn the lights on, except the lights came on and now it counts. So now you're thinking about what it's for, as opposed to just throwing the bowling ball. So when you can shut your mind off and allow yourself just to throw the bowling ball, and your arm swing gets loose, it gets real easy to strike. That's the secret to throwing big games when everyone else is struggling. Is you've allowed yourself to tap into the zone, so to speak, and you're no longer thinking about what little moves you need to make. You already know the moves, you see them. So now you're just freewheeling, so to speak, and you're just going at what you're trying to do, and it becomes a lot easier. It's like if you walk down the street, it's real easy. But if you had to walk where you had to carry something, and every third step you had to actually hop once or do something else, and you have to think about it, you don't walk as easy anymore. It's the same idea. It may not be the best analogy, but it's the same idea.
It's a very good analogy. I'm picturing myself trying to do that. But to that point, that was something I struggled with very early on in my collegiate career, and I didn't understand why for a while. And it actually kind of took me to be in this role to really gain an understanding from talking to players like yourself and other players on tour, both tours respectively, about what it really takes to hone in on one's mental game. And when you said, yeah, strike, the lights aren't on, practice, yada, yada, then all of a sudden lights come on, practice is over, and then all of a sudden you just got all of your muscles just felt like they just tightened up in 1 second, and then all of a sudden you're 3-6-10ing every shot.
Sure.
It took me a whole year to try to remove myself from that, really what is just a self, damaging environment, if you will.
Sure.
Good question, Harry. So DJ, Harry? Let me stop on by to Florida. Where's he at?
He's down in Sarasota, Florida.
Okay.
And he goes by DJ Harry Wright. But he bowls a little bit, here and now, and then he'll bowl an event or two. But he's been a big fan of mine. He follows me on social media. If I post something, he likes it. He reaches out to me when he has questions, like he did there. He'll privately reach out to me, and he's turned out to be a really good dude. So I'm glad I got to meet him. He's a cool guy, and he can mix some records too. He's pretty good.
All right, I got 2 more questions for Mike because I know we can keep the question thing going, and he's got to go. So I'm gonna save the last 2 questions. But before I do that, a couple of observations. One, I saw Nicholas Walker use something that is not urethane. He's made a big jump left and is having more success. Does that make sense based on what this pattern is?
Absolutely.
Providing?
I mean, 2 things. First of all, and most guys who have rev rate or create angle to the front tend to use urethane to smooth the lane out until the lanes open up. And sometimes that's 2 games, sometimes that's 3 games. So it's no surprise this is the time that he's made that move in. The game in front of us, I'm not quite so sure that it was a urethane ball. It might have been like an IQ Tour or something.
Okay.
Or something,
Okay.
or I'm not 100% sure, or Stealth or something like that. I can't say with 100% certainty, but it might have been. But no, moving in, we all chase it in at some point. Now, what is your version of moving in? Is it if you play really, really straight, maybe you moved in 3 boards. If you hook it, maybe you moved in 2 arrows. I don't know. But at some point in time, anybody that scored in this pattern today moved into sliding left of 20 and creating some kind of angle and getting that ball to feed off the track. And so it's no surprise that that's what he did, and that's why he's having success.
Brian Halen is on 9 and 10, and we're still locked in on those groups. He's got the back 5. He's someone who is now kind of chasing it out on tour as well. And a very good collegiate career at McKendree University as those groups kind of get into the 10th frame. 5 and 6 still with a couple of frames to go, so we can get back to Buttroff and Stu Williams here in a second. Additional questions. That's a very good question, Mary Moore, and you're going to be the last question. That's a very good one. All right. Someone asked, I think it was Andrew, about maybe your biggest rival, if you had any, or still have any, that you can say publicly.
I don't know. When I was on tour, when I regularly toured, I had a hard time beating Amleto, and I had a hard time beating Mike Devaney. And it didn't seem to matter if we were bowling for the show or bowling for 23rd and 24th. I just had a hard time beating those guys. Those guys seemed to have my number. There's a few guys that I've been fortunate that I've been able to beat on tour in good situations and pressure situations and so forth, and I'm fortunate for that. Those numbers eventually will even out. I just hope to stay on the right side of it for as long as I can. But I really don't bowl per se opponents too much. You bowl the pins, and then usually like the last couple frames you bowl your opponent depending on what's going on. But I really don't like to get into that. I haven't paid a whole lot of attention to who I never seem to be able to beat and who I pretty much beat every time I bowled them per se. And it's not quite that easy. I mean, you may think you beat them all the time, and you go look at the numbers, and you're probably 50-50. And it could be the other way in terms of losing to him as well. So, but I do remember that I did have a hard time beating Amleto when I was on the regular tour. He got me a couple times, and it was a little frustrating. But the guy's in the Hall of Fame, so you lose to a Hall of Famer, you have nothing to hang your head at.
Indeed, one of the best. Butcher strikes in the 9th. He sets up the 10th beautifully. Alex Spin with one more. He'll get to 150 with a strike in the 10th. Brian Halen gets to 236. One more shot for Mr. Benton, and then we're back to 5 and 6. Next question comes from Bowling World and Patrick Martinez. This is really good. Can you give us your top 5 lists from all 3 tours? PWBA, PBA, and PBA 50. Your top 5 players, in your opinion, on each respective tour.
Wow, that's going deep, but
that might get him in trouble.
It can't get me in trouble. I mean, the beauty of this is his opinion.
100%.
So I could say 5 people, and you could say 5 people. We could turn them over, and our sheet could be completely different.
They might be.
Or they could be right on the money. But I go with, on the regular tour, I'll go first. I go with Walter because he's won more than anybody, and you can't deny that.
He's my personal goal for me.
It speaks volumes, you know. He's won more than anybody, and at the end of the day, that has merit. Because this is what we play the game for, to win. So you can't not go with the guy that's won the most. Secondly, I go with Earl because I think he did the most in a short amount of time. And obviously he was pretty damn good at what he did. Then it can get subjective, but I'll go with Pete. I've never seen anybody throw the ball as good as Pete. From playing straight to hooking it, going back and forth, being able to do it with ease. I could watch Pete bowl all day. Some of his antics, you can take it or leave him. I love Pete, so I can say that. But in terms of physically watching him bowl,
yeah,
I could watch him all day and never get bored. Norm Duke, he's a guy that can play straight, he can hook it, can play in between. He's won 40 times on a national tour. It's very hard not to have him in your top 5. And if I have to pick a 5th one, I'm going to go on a limb, and I'm not sliding anybody, I hope, but I really think Chris Barnes needs to be in that category. Chris may not be the most winningest of all time, and he may not be the best physically gifted bowler per se of all time, but the one thing that I've always felt like Chris was the best at was figuring out what somebody's doing well and being able to mimic it. So if the straight players were playing well, Chris figured out how to play straight and be successful. And if you had to get in and hook the whole lane, Chris was able to get in and hook the whole lane, and he was good. He's great. I need to check that. He was great at doing both, and that's why he's won as many times as he has. So that would be my top 5 on that tour. Women's tour, oh man, that is so tough. I like Lisa Wagner. You know, she was one of the dominant players in her day before the tour was on again, off again, so to speak. Alita Seal won quite a bit. I'm not sure I'm putting her in top 5, but she's definitely in the conversation. Liz Johnson's up there for sure. Can't argue with Shannon O'Keefe, modern day player, winning player of the year 3 times, and she's what, 38 or 40 now, something like that. I mean, she's up there now, and no one works harder than she does, and she's a hard worker, and she's competitive. God, 5th. Who would I put as my 5th one? There's so many great players. Maybe CBD, Carolyn Dorn-Ballard. She was obviously one of the best. So
you could argue that list might be harder.
That what?
That the women's list could be harder than, like, you could make the argument to
yeah, you can for a few reasons. For the women's tour, the first reason is we didn't have one continuous tour.
Right.
You know, so we had generations of tours, and so it would be a little harder per se to you can't just go with cut and dry like the men we saw through a course of 20, 30 years. Some of these women didn't get the bowl 20 or 30 years because unfortunately the tour wasn't around. So you're right, that does make that a little harder. So now on the 50 tour, the 5 best of the 50 tour, I think.
Gary Dickinson.
Gary Dickinson?
Gary Dickinson.
No, he's not on my top 5. Again, you have to go with Walter because he's won more than anybody on the senior tour as well.
Sure.
So you have to go with Walter. I think you have to take John Handegard because he had the most titles on the senior tour until Walter beat that record. Ron Moore, who never bowled the regular tour, so to speak, and he may never in general have bowled the regular tour because he was working full time, and got himself into the Hall of Fame by bowling on the 50 tour.
An interesting background. Like, he's such a great dude.
Yes. So you'd have to have him in there. And then if we're talking about just senior tour performances only, I mean, God, who do you take? Do you take Parker? Do you take Pete? Do you take, Amleto? I mean, you can take your pick. You can't really take Duke because Duke didn't bowl a whole lot on the 50 tour, and he's retired now. And I mean, obviously, if he were to continue to bowl, he would rack up wins and he would be in that conversation. But because he's not, and because we're only talking about the PBA 50 tour, I can't put him there, though I want to. I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to go back and look at the lists of guys, and there's people you forget because you just don't see them anymore. But if you go back and you look at the list of people, there's a few guys that have 9 titles, 8 titles, 10 titles on the PBA 50 tour that probably would creep into that list, but I just can't pull them in off the top of my head. So, I'll give you those 3 as my definite, PBA top 50 guys. And I mean, there's a handful of guys you could throw in there and say this, and this, and this, And if we had this conversation in another 15 years where Amleto's career is done on the 50 tour, maybe he's winning enough that you put him in the all-time, there. I don't know. It's so hard. That's harder than the women's tour because Tom Baker, you got to put Tom Baker in there because he won quite a bit on the PBA 50 tour. He was player of the year a few times, so we'll put Baker in there. But again, it becomes subjective because when Handegaard won 14 times and when Baker won a lot of his times, the 50 tour wasn't as deep as it is now. So you could argue generations or whatever, but at the end of the day, the numbers don't lie. These guys won, and you have to go with it. And the 50 tour to me is still too new to really say, hey, these are the best of the best of the 50 tour, because we haven't had that. We haven't had that yet. Now, talking about the regular tour, I didn't even put him in there, and I probably should have. You got to put Belmonte in there too, and maybe that bumps somebody else out. Because you got to put Belmonte in there. I mean, he's got more majors than anybody, so you have to have him in there. That's the problem when you ask someone a question like that on the spot. No. You don't think it through all the way, and then you start thinking about it. You're like, oh, well, this guy or this guy, So, I mean, you got to give me 5, a tie for 5th, or you got to give me 6 there because
I'll give you
because Belmo is I mean,
because he's on there.
At the end of the day, he's got more majors than anybody. That has to count for something.
Okay, one last question, and then go to the airport because it's getting late. If you could give some advice for anyone starting their first or second year, on tour. So rookie, sophomore, so they've never bowled on tour. Maybe they bowled some regionals, and then maybe they bowled the first kind of full year, and then they're into that second year. What advice would you give those 2 individuals?
Okay, I'll answer the question real simply, then I'll break it down for you. My advice to man, woman, or senior player deciding to go out on their respective tours for the first time, you be you. And what I mean by that is so many people come out on tour and they say, oh, I've got to hook it more to be competitive, or I've got to do this, or I've got to do that. If you were good enough to get to that spot to where you thought you were able to compete at that level for whatever your reasons were, you had success in the regional program, or everyone's telling you how great you are, so you go and whatever. You were good enough to get there for a reason. You got to give that reason a chance. Now, I'm not saying you can do just exactly what you did to get there, because your competition is more, it's more deeper. They're better. They're more experienced. They're more knowledgeable. So you do have to change a couple small things. But at the end of the day, you don't tell anybody who bowled in the regional level, and like when Jacob bowled the regionals when he first came out, he was winning them at like an astronomical rate. I mean, he was racking them up. Would you have changed his game? Hell no, you wouldn't have. Now you can see after being on tour for 5 years, 6 years, there's some things he does have to change, and he has changed. But you don't make anybody do that. You go out there because you're good enough to be out there. Rather, and the tour will tell you if you can handle being away from home, or if you can handle the pressure, or whatever the deal is. The tour will tell you what you need to work on, and that you can do or not do. That's your choice. But if you're physically good enough and mentally good enough to get to that point, you gotta give it a run at that level first before you go changing stuff. You've got to trust. You know, you got to dance with the girl you brought. You know, you have to. And at that point, you know, if you're a really good straight player and it's good enough to win regionally, and then you go out on tour and you bowl a whole year and you get shut out, okay, you might want to look at that. But if you're competitive and, you know, maybe the reason why you're not winning isn't because of your game. Maybe it's the 6 inches between your head. Or maybe you were just a little unlucky at one point in time. There's a lot of different things it could be. But I see so many people be really good at something and go out on tour, and then they abandon it because so-and-so said they need to do this or so-and-so said they did that. Well, where was so-and-so when you were on your way up and getting you there? You need to be listening to those people because those people are the guys that helped you get there. You know, now you take that with a grain of salt because if Walter came up to me and said something, I'm going to listen. you know, especially if I'm trying to play the lane straight.
Right.
And if Belmo told me, besides taking my thumb out and hooking because I can't do that, what I could do to get a little more hook, I might listen to him. Guy's won more majors than anybody, and he's the best at circling the lane. So, you know, you have to take what you're getting and heed to it and so forth. But at the end of the day, you're good enough to get there. Go that route and give it that shot and stay true to who you are until it's proven to you that this isn't going to work. And then at that point, seek out whoever you need to seek out. You know, if it's a physical thing, there's a lot of great physical coaches out there. If it's a mental thing, we got quite a few good mental coaches out there, and obviously more and more are becoming available. But you can seek out those people and make those changes at that time. But, man, 3 tournaments into a swing or into your first season out there, you don't need to be revamping your game. That's usually a recipe for disaster. And I've seen it so many times. I mean, so many kids you see, they throw it great. You know, like Moore, for example. Physically, he throws it good enough to be on tour, per se. Because his rev rate's right, his body's right, his timing's right, his angles are right, they're all that. The 6 inches between his ears and what he's learned yet, he's not ready for tour yet. But everything else is. So, like, if you could put my brain or Belmo's brain in his body, whew, that'd be fun. But he's not there yet. But that's the only thing that he needs to do. So experience and knowledge is going to teach him that. If he was to go out there now and be successful, and you said, well, you need to throw it straight. Boy, if I was in his camp, I'd be like, you need to stop talking to my kid. My kid throws it great. Let's let him learn a little bit. You see what I'm saying? So it's you got to be you. And if you is good enough to get there, you are probably good enough to stay out there if your head will let you stay out there. The reason why people aren't successful isn't because they don't throw it good. A lot of guys throw it good. I mean, tons of guys throw it good. It's the 6 inches between their ears that are telling them what they're thinking about or what they should be thinking about or what they should be doing, or makes them press, or, you know, whatever it is that stops them from, we talked about, just throwing the ball and being in that zone. That's the difference between the guys that stay on tour and the guys that go back home because they can't cut it. And people can tell you whatever they want, but this is the truth. That's the reason. There aren't too many guys that won and have been successful year in out that aren't somewhat intelligent between the ears. It's just no way around it.
Well, it's hard to follow that up. I think you got to go to the airport now. But before you do, there are a ton of viewers have loved your authenticity tonight. Where does one follow you on social media if you are on social?
Okay, so if you're on Facebook, I'm at Michael Haugen Bowling. And I'm on Twitter, but I got to be really honest with you, I don't tweet much. I keep forgetting about Twitter. But my Twitter page is Haugen Bowling. The @ sign at Haugen Bowling.
Let's all go follow Michael Haugen.
But I mean, to be honest with you, it really is Facebook. It's really the only place I'm consistently posting, and I remember to post and all that good stuff. I'd like to say I'm a Twitter guy, but I forget. And I just, I can go months tweeting, and then I forget, and then I start tweeting again. So Facebook is the place. Michael Haugen Bowling is how to find me. And if you follow my page, you'll see everything I post. I'm going to make a post here in a minute about what I did today. I didn't have time earlier because I ate, and then you invited me on your show here. And
I appreciate you.
As my wife likes to say, I like to talk. And so I did some talking.
Well, I believe the viewers certainly appreciate it. And if you didn't take anything away, just the last question
Okay.
And the last answer that you just gave, I don't even think that it applies obviously to bowling, but there is like some life lessons in that.
Absolutely.
As well. So that's man, you got to bottle that up right there. You should sell that.
Well, some people want to listen to what I have to say and some don't. So I don't know if it's worth bottling or not. It's
I always say it's everyone likes what you say until you say something they don't like.
This is true, and the other saying is, one man's junk is another man's treasure, so to speak. So, what I say is, it's my opinion and my opinion only, and obviously I've had experience and years to form these opinions, right, wrong, or indifferent. They are mine. I own them, and I'm okay with that. Some people like them, some people don't, and that's okay. And anything that I do say, if you don't agree with it, but it sparks conversation and debate, and it gets people talking about bowling, and it makes bowling better in the future because of that, then I'm all for it.
I think I think overall that's where we are. I personally, I think that as a sport, we all know that there are, individuals on either side of whatever the coin is. But there doesn't seem to be a lot who are willing to somehow meet in the middle and figure out what's the best way to go. So Jordan Asberg is the coach of Arizona State. I asked Jacob Buttriff, who was in with me earlier, to give me a good Jordan Asberg story. And he gave me one, but it wasn't what I was expecting. And so Jordan was listening, and he said, "Jacob, I know you got better stories than that." And I prefaced it by saying, I know that there's ton that we cannot say on the air.
There are, and that's the thing. I mean, I have some wonderful and not wonderful stories about Mr. Jordan Asberg, and most of them I would feel very uncomfortable repeating.
Yeah, I know it.
To the general public.
I know.
But I will say this. He cares about the game.
Yes, he does.
He cares about his students. I am a former student of him. If I get stuck, I still come to him for physical questions when I'm stuck with my game and whatever. We've spent many years together, honing his coaching skills and honing my skills as a bowler. So I do give him credit where credit is due. He has definitely helped me along my journey, and I wouldn't have had some of the success that I had if it wasn't for him. He's definitely helped me in a lot of ways, and he does care, and he will make you better. And my grandma always said, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything. So we'll leave it about that. I know he loves the game. I know he loves his students. He loves his college kids, and his heart's in the right place. And again, I am in debt to him. He did help me along the way. I mean, people will argue that a great coach can make a player great. There's got to be some great in a player to become great, but you still need someone to help you with the things you can't see and you can't feel. And he has definitely done that for me. So I don't know if it's necessarily a great Jordan story per se, but it's one of the nicer ones I can tell you. And it's true. So
Jacob Buttriff went kind of in the same route, but both instances are true. And just from me watching him as an opponent collegiately, our teams used to see one another all the time, and you get to know individuals because you see them week in and week out, similar to the tour, but on weekend, right?
Yes.
And he's always been the same dude, since 2003.
Yes, good, bad, or indifferent.
Correct.
Whatever your opinion of him is, he is consistent.
Which that's all you can ask of any individual. Shout out to Kyle Michalowski too, by the way. He went front 5, unfortunate single pin miss. Next 4, 9 spare to get to 256, down on 9 and 10. That's
a pretty impressive game. While we were telling stories, these guys are actually doing some bowling. So
they are.
I will let you update these folks on some scores and so forth. And whoever your next guest is, I hope it goes well for you.
I don't know if I can have any more guests. I'm not sure. Like, that's one of those, the Oscar winning speech, right? You can't follow that up. It's hard to follow.
All right. Well,
I appreciate you,
I'm
sir.
gonna let you get.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate
We'll see you tomorrow morning. Hopefully, I'm the guy bowling that you're talking about.
Yes.
But if it gets down to that point and I'm not, then if my wife is willing, I will sit in and call the finals with you.
Sounds good to me.
All right.
Thank
Have a
you.
good night.
That is Michael Haugen Jr. He is now going to go to the airport. Well, folks, you know, sometimes I was talking to Jacob earlier, and every now and then, right, you get a bowler, right, there's not much to do. They're just striking away. You just kind of sit back, not much to say. And obviously there's a bowling tournament going on, but every now and then you gotta gauge what's happening, and you know, allowing Michael to answer some questions and give some stuff. You know, you got to watch bowling. We didn't talk about bowling that was going on in front of us, you know, for a little bit, but I think what you got was well worth the trade-off right there. Speaking of scores, let us do that. So we've got C Squad scores. I'm going to drop you a link in just 1 second. I tell you what, as much you know, good nuggets and info that Michael gave, he allowed me to essentially get through 4 games after being here since 5 a.m. So I am indebted to that gentleman right now. Someone asked about Eileen Linares too, by the way, and I'll tell you where she is score-wise, but there she is on the lanes. And just missed the 1, 2, 4, 7. All right, let's get back to 5 through 8 real quick. We're getting down to the 10th frame on 7 and 8. They are bowling extremely quick. I'm not sure if 1 and 2 are just beginning game 4, which would be quite strange if that's the case. Good shot from Matt Anderson. Last time I saw Matt, he was leaving a lot of 8 pins at the New Mexico Open. And 9 pins. All right, standings link. Oh, I just wrote game 4. I'm well ahead. My apologies. Game 2 is what I meant. Let me refresh here. Game 3. Game 3 is updated. I'll get it right. Game 3. Game 3 is updated. So let's walk through that. Brian Halen was about to finish here on 7 and 8. Can still get to 242. He's leading the way at plus 79, followed by Stu Williams. Stu at plus 55. Halen goes first. Spare strike gives him 220. Here's Stu. Four pin there for Stu. And now spare strike gives him 206. Derek Acuff is third at plus 36. Darren Tang is fourth at plus 29. Matt Anderson is fifth at plus 19. Cortez Shank is 6th at plus 18. Jonathan Meyer is, oh, I'm sorry. It's Mayer. Jonathan Mayer. If it's the same Jonathan Mayer, it's Jonathan Mayer. On he's 7th at plus 11. And then for the first time today, I believe, maybe since early in Squad 1, A Squad this morning, there are some negative numbers inside the top 9. Pat Lombardo is 8th at minus 20. D-Ron Booker is 9th at minus 24. Alex Benton is 10th at minus 26, followed by Jacob Buttriff at minus 39. Mason Moore, 12th at minus 50. Jason Lowry, 13th at minus 51. Stu, there's a wiggle on the 7. 205, 217 for Halen. They move on to 9 and 10. We'll check in on their progress as well. All right, so we'll finish out game number 4. And then we will welcome in Matt Zweig is going to join us in game 5. In game 5, he will hop in and we'll chat. He bowled this morning. No, he bowled B Squad. He bowled B Squad, and he's going to bowl tonight. It did not go the way he certainly would have liked. So after this game, I'm going to take just a little break, and then I'll come back and we'll chat it up with Matt Zweig here. But first, we'll watch Matthew Anderson finish things out. Double in the 10th. For Matt, that's going to get him into the 190s, of course. He might go to the bag. Jeremy McElliott. All right, 195 for Anderson. McElliott gets to 202. And Chris Silva will finish things out. Silva can get to 238. I'm still wondering if 1 and 2 really is in the 4th frame. If that's really true. But I guess it is. 15 and 16 looks like they're just in the 5th frame. 17 and 18 is in like the 3rd frame. Okay, something's off here. I'm gonna go double check what game it is now. Now I'm concerned and confused all at the same time. Again, standings are updated through 3 games online. That link is in the chat. Darren Tang is right now on 13 and 14, which means, well, that doesn't mean that, but yeah, it means that. He's moving left. And so we'll have him, let's see, he'll be in camera range, game 5, 6, 7, and 8. Thank you. I missed that one. Yeah, that bottom number. makes a lot more sense. But honestly, I wasn't shocked completely by that, just because I don't know, this squad seems to be a little, from a scoring pace perspective, a little lower overall. So Russ Oviatt looks to be the number.
I have no idea how scores are going. I don't pay attention.
Followed by Brian Halen, Chad Jovic. So Oviatt plus 89, Brian Halen plus 79, Chad Jovic plus 75. Stu Williams is fourth at plus 55. Derek Acuff is fifth at plus 36. Darren Tang sixth at plus 29. Matt Anderson seventh at plus 19. Cortez Shank eighth at plus 18. Jonathan Mayer ninth at plus 11. All right, I'm going to take a break. When we come back, I'm going to confirm what game it is. I think 7 and 8 should be going to game 5. 5 and 6 should be going to game 5. And I'm not sure, maybe everyone else is just a little slow this game. And then Matt Zweig is going to talk to me. And then Theo Duthe is probably going to come back in and talk to me later in the night. And then we'll yeah. Okay, back with you with more on Bullstream TV.
Is this one on?
Yes, for crowd noise.
Oh, gotcha.
Turn it off. All right, folks, somewhere along the way, Game 4 got attached or detached, and everyone started going their separate ways around Game 4 because I think for the first time really all day, there hasn't been this level of gap, if you will, between when pairs are finishing a game and starting the next. So we do know that 7 and 8 we just were watching is in Game 5. 9, 10, 11, and 12 are in Game 5 also. 1, 2, 3, and 4 are finishing up Game 4. And there looks to be like 17 through 22 are finishing up Game 4 also. Which I'm assuming is, part of the delay, of course, on 5 and 6. Because they're waiting for 3 and 4. Nonetheless, I told you who would be joining us next. He is here. And please welcome Matt Zweig to the Bullstream TV booth. Matt, how you doing?
Doing good. Feeling a little better than after I bowled. That's for sure.
I'll be honest with you. Take me, as much as you would like to share, but take me through, the emotional situation that takes place when, you don't have the block that you certainly would have liked to, and then you got to wait it out. Now, of course, in this event, there is the opportunity to re-enter. That doesn't always happen at every tournament. So for you, how have you kind of handled these last few hours?
Just kind of get away from it for a minute. Get out of the bowling center. I had a couple things I had to do, so got away and, got some water in me, got to relax, and we're okay now. You kind of just accept what the past is and think about what you can do moving forward, which fortunately enough, we got a second chance at it tonight. So, that definitely, loosens the mind up a little bit.
What proved to be difficult, if anything? We have Michael Haugen. Every person that's stopped by. Obviously, we've discussed the pattern and kind of their opinions and/or experiences on it. And what was maybe the most difficult for you?
It was a couple things. I didn't know if I wanted to play a little straighter, if I wanted to hook it a little bit more. I had to talk with Jordan a bit afterward, and seemed to think kind of agreed on what could have gone different in terms of ball choice. So when you're in that spot too, scores are going to be low, and once you bowl a couple low scores, you got to chase pretty quickly. Otherwise, it gets away from you pretty quick, and you have to bail it out. So especially when they're hard, you got to find a good ball reaction at some point, and then once it starts getting a bit low, you got to chase something that might not even be out there, and that's when you can run into some big problems.
Got 9 through 12 we're watching here. So we were talking about score updates. We'll be waiting on the Game 4 update, so just kind of keep that in mind if you're scoring at home.
Was there a breakdown or something? That pair, at 17 and 18, they're in like the 7th frame or something.
Yeah, I have no idea what happened on the high end, if anything. I certainly don't know, and I'm not sure. It's weird, though. I have been at events where you do get this lull, but there was no breakdown. It just somehow, one pair got off to or got into a slower pace in comparison to others, and you kind of get off track, if you will.
Yeah, actually, I just thought about this. There's less bowlers on this squad, I think. That's at least there was as of yesterday. And there's more pairs of 3, so it might be that there's blocks of 4 that are like next to blocks of 3. And it kind of messes up the timing there. Because we only had, I think, a couple pairs, maybe even one that had 3 to it, and it was pretty. What do we got? 39. So there's like 5 more pairs of 3 then.
Great point. Speaking of 3, there's one on 7 and 8.
Yeah, and they're in the 8th.
Yeah, 5 and 6 is off and running. They were waiting for 3 and 4. So, Matt, last time we saw you at the New Mexico Open, and then last year, of course, you made the finals there at that event. Went to Arizona State.
Yep.
You talked about, obviously, talking to Jordan. Michael Haugen was just talking about Jordan as well. It's probably hard not to talk about Jordan when you're in Arizona.
Yeah, he's got connections to everybody out here in some way.
So,
He gets brought up a lot.
what was your collegiate bowling experience like in Arizona State, which has always been for a team, from a club perspective, who has to do fundraising and all of those kind of things historically, and even now, program's always been very good.
Sure. Yeah, I was blessed to have some really good teammates when I bowled college. Freshman year, having Ross Oviatt, who I believe is currently in the lead.
Yes.
Ben Canfield, head coach of GCU.
He popped in early today.
Awesome. Yeah, I didn't see him. That's awesome. I wish Ben still bowled. He could be phenomenal. But he's doing a great job coaching GCU. And then I had Chase Nadeau, Nick Devlin.
I remember your team.
Yeah, we were so good. So that made it a lot more fun. Making it to nationals one year, that was probably the #1 goal. And so to get there was nice. It's just a blast in general. You make lifelong. I recommend college bowling to anybody that is able to do that and pursue that route and go to any program. It doesn't have to be some of the huge programs either. Even a program like ASU where we don't recruit. It's a club program. We were still competitive. So, yeah, if you can bowl college bowling, it's such a blast. It's such a good time bowling those.
Your sister is in the chat.
Yeah, I told her to pop in.
Hi, Leah.
So she's going to yell at me if I don't correct you. Leia.
Oh, I should know that.
I know
actually.
she'd text me if I didn't say anything.
I should know that.
Yep. But she made a nice little run at the TAT.
Recently at the...
Yeah, last week at the Las Vegas Classic or whatever it was. Yeah, she seems to clutch up when she needs it. So
how about that?
She got the clutch gene. So what we got here?
She's got the clutch gene.
Oh, yeah, she's coming by, actually. So we'll see her. Yeah.
Okay.
She's in the area hanging out with some friends or something, so she wanted to come by and watch the Desperado.
Where are you guys from originally?
Southern California, Ventura County area.
How did you get to Arizona?
Just through ASU.
Okay.
And then she went to ASU, and
right.
Now we're Arizona residents. Been out here a while now, too. 8 years. Jeez, time flies.
Yeah, college kind of does that, right? Where obviously that part goes by quick, but it's 4 years if that's whatever the time is for you as an individual.
Sure.
And then you may stick around if you tend to like that place that you're in. And it's a pretty good place, I'd have to say. I don't spend that much time, but I was like, I think I could live here. I hate heat. I hate heat.
You might not like it in the summer. Then it's finally starting to cool down a little bit.
Right.
But
and
it's hot.
I'm like, but there seems like a ton to do.
Yeah.
I just don't get out here that much.
Yeah, Phoenix is growing pretty fast. There's just not too much culture here, at least when I came out here, because it's like a lot of people from a lot of different places come to Arizona.
Right.
But now they're starting to become a culture, and yeah, it's a fun place to live. And it's much cheaper than the state to the west.
Well, I mean, I think I'd say 47?
Yeah, exactly.
Of the 50 states are cheaper than the one to the west. So we're watching 9 through 12. We'll keep it locked here on Stu for a little bit.
Oh, I got Stu and Tez over there. That's cool.
So we didn't see a lot of Stu in the previous game. But I tell you, every time we watch Stu, he leaves a 4-pin or something that's stopping him from kind of getting on a run.
He just made a good ball change as well. He was he's on an idle Helios, couldn't get the corners out, and to UFO alert, and he just went triple, and now we just jinxed him by looking at him.
I mean, that's what we do. It's definitely what I do.
Yep. You were watching too many of my shots then the first couple of games. Maybe the first 5.
Stu, a previous Phoenix resident.
Yeah.
And of course, now he and his wife, Tina, and son Brady, now living in Austin, Texas. Nice to see him. I mean, it's good to see him whenever I see him, but I didn't know he was bowling until I saw his name. Well, until I should say Theo told me that he was bowling this morning.
There was a couple good last-minute additions. I know Simo wasn't on the roster when I saw it.
I think he texted or sent Theo a message sometime yesterday afternoon.
I heard Theo talking about it earlier. I was watching the stream on the way here.
In the spots in the B squad. I'm like, well, that's a good person who wants to come bowl the tournament.
I'm sure everybody bowling loved to see that.
Right. Like, oh, Simon. Oh, no. Anthony. Simonson? Is that his name? You sure?
I'm surprised there aren't more tour guys bowling this, though. I thought there'd be more national players.
Is there there's a regional next weekend, right?
There is a regional in the Northwest, but there's not too many national guys bowling that.
Okay.
Although I did see Daria on the roster and didn't quite understand that one. It's in Washington.
Okay.
Or Oregon, one of the two.
How about that?
Yeah. What's
your schedule like from a bowling perspective? That was an interesting strike. We missed it completely, but on lane 8, may have saw the
How about this leave on 5 and 6? He just 8-9'd.
Yeah, that's interesting. Now, let's get over there real quick to see.
Dylan Taylor, that's your leave of the day right there.
That's got a chance.
Oh, that's clean. Oh, it didn't hook. So to answer your question, I got the Arizona Regional next weekend, and then a couple weekends off, which is nice. I've bowled a lot of big tournaments in a row. And it's always nice to have a break. Maybe I get to go golf for the first time in a couple months. I know I mentioned the chat earlier.
You did mention this earlier. Yes, you did.
I love golfing. And then I got a couple tournaments at the end of September and beginning of October.
Okay.
A couple more local tournaments. So, yeah, September won't be as busy a month as August, which I'm kind of okay with.
And when you're not bowling or on the golf course, if you care to share, what you do professionally.
So I got a full-time job right now. I'm a salesperson for a big tech company.
Okay.
And I kind of just that's my job. That's how I make my money. And otherwise I'm probably bowling 4 or 5 days a week. League on Tuesdays, practice Wednesday, Thursday, sometimes Fridays, and then most weekends tournaments. So a lot of my time is work or bowling.
Right. I mean, to be honest, it sounds like like anyone who is wanted to bowl tournaments or at least be competitive in that arena, and you have a full-time job of some kind, that's basically your week, right? You go to work, couple leagues probably, figure out the practice schedule, bowl on the weekends, and you rinse and repeat.
Pretty much, yeah. That's the grind. And then it's nice as I work from home, I work remote, so when I do travel, like when I was bowling on tour this year, I can pull out the laptop whenever I'm not bowling and not have to take so much time off.
Now, does your job know that you bowl professionally?
Yeah, I've talked to them, and they're cool with it. They say, look, as long as you have the time off, then that's kind of why you have it, right? So they've been pretty chill about that.
What do they, I'm always curious, what do they, not what do they say, but, when you start having conversations with non-bowlers, right, you find yourself creating analogies and comparing things to make sure they understand certain parts of the game and all that kind of stuff. So how are they in that regard? Like, are they supportive? Like, they want to learn more about what's happening?
Yeah, it's funny. When I was younger, I used to, I wanted to play baseball growing up. And so I saw bowling as, not quite baseball, right? So I was a bit sheepish on telling people, oh, I bowl, this is what I want to do. And it's weird now that, from really 18 on, when I tell people that I'm a bowler, they're like, that's pretty cool, man.
Right.
What's your best score? This, people are kind of interested. So, oh, you've bowled 300? Yeah, a couple times.
Once.
Which to really anyone here, it's like, oh yeah, most people in the field have probably shot at least a couple honor scores. So to us, it's different. But to non-bowlers, it's like, oh, my high game's like 120. That's crazy. So people love that stuff. And it's funny, I've never only been asked this question once when I tell people I'm a bowler. But my best friend, who ended up becoming my best friend at work, we were in a meeting or whatever. I just joined this team, and I'm like, oh, I'm a professional bowler. That's my fun fact. And a guy asked me, what's your high series?
Oh,
he knew. How'd you know to ask about that? So that was pretty interesting. It's always high game, but one time high series.
Nice shot by Stu, second one of the 10th, and he was, as you would imagine, thrilled about that.
and making a ball change in the fill. Yeah.
I feel he's seen much more of that and 4 pins as of late than doubles and triples.
Yeah, it's hard to get your ball to shape up the right way on this. So, you know, it might be okay in terms of getting to the pocket. Like, they're not that difficult. But to get it through the pins consistently is another challenge once you get there.
And Will checking in. William Graham. We talked to William earlier today.
What's up, Will?
And Will broke some things down. We talked about lane conditions and his own bowling outside of this event as well. And then the Sub-Zero, I did not see what DT was throwing, but since he's going to move over to 9 and 12, and I've got a decent view of a bowling ball, I still can't tell you what it is.
It looks like you put a phase 2 on the rack.
Yeah, it looks phase 2-ish.
But last time I looked over, he was also throwing a UFO, so maybe he just ball changed. Yeah, a lot of guys throwing that alert right now. You got to get left pretty good and shape them a bit.
Now I was going to say, if for those who are unfamiliar with that piece of equipment, what are the characteristics? Like, why would that work or is working?
So it's got a
right
pretty big engine.
Okay.
You know, medium high RG, high diff. I know for sure it's high diff. My flares all the way around the ball. Pretty strong pearl cover as well. So it stores energy because the fronts want a hook here. So it gets through the fronts, but it's still strong enough to make it down lane once it gets right of 9, 10 or so. Looks like we got a score update after 4.
All right, let's check that out.
-2, wow.
Let me make sure that every score is in. All right, because I forgot to do that in game 3. And then let me make sure that...
we got a guy leading the joint right in front of us here. Brian Halen, 96 over.
Yeah, quietly.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, rush shot 190, so not like he fell that much.
All right, so now I can confidently say game 4 results. There's the link, same link, but I keep adding it each time there's an update, so it's right there for you to see. Brian Halen plus 96. 236, 207, 236, 217.
Good bowling.
Russ Elviet's plus 81. I watched them both a sweeper yesterday.
Okay.
And I don't remember who I was talking to. But we were talking about someone was bowling well on a pair. There was a string of strikes. And I was like, oh, yeah, you know, that gentleman started with, you know, strike or a spare, I don't know, 5-back, whatever it was, right?
Yeah.
And they were like, oh, yeah, that's Russ. And I'm like, wait, Russ Elviet?
Yep.
I'm like, oh, wow, I haven't seen him in, like, years. And then, we were talking about Arizona State, like, that team.
Yeah, that was a fun team.
That team. Man, I'm happy that I wasn't bowling in collegiately.
I still think we could have made a really good run at winning nationals. I mean, we bowled in 2 7-game matches in nationals. We bowled 15 games. So it was pretty close.
Yeah, that is, from an unlucky perspective.
Thanks to William Patterson for that one.
That's about as unlucky as you can get. Sometimes the draw at ITCs is rough.
Yeah. Especially when we've been the 15. I think the last 2 times ASU's been there, they were the 15 seed.
But that's one of those things, right? When you take seeding into account and all that kind of stuff, especially at ITCs, where if I saw ASU, especially that version, as a 15 seed, I'm like, that's the last team I want to bowl in the first round. I actually don't want to be the number 2 seed. I want to be. I want to be like 7.
Especially because of our strategy for those match plays, we make them pretty ugly.
I'm glad you said that. I'm going to get in. I'm going to ask a follow-up question. Let me finish these scores. Darren Tang at plus 31 in 4th. Stu Williams, if I didn't mention that, plus 60 in 3rd. Again, Tang is 4th at plus 31. Chad Jovic 5th at plus 29. Brian Chamber 6th at plus 18. Matt Anderson 7th at plus 14. Jonathan Mayer. That's the joke there, because I always call him Meyer. Mayer. He's even. And D-Ron Booker, as you mentioned, D-Ron and currently Michael Fitzgerald. The old tie scenario may come into play here tonight. Hopefully it doesn't, but we do have a tie for 9th currently after 4 games, which is -2.
What does happen on a tie?
That's a great question. I believe now earlier today I heard it was a 2-game roll-off. I'm sorry, a 2-frame roll-off.
Okay.
But I would still double check it. In my experience watching events unfold, when there's been ties for a spot, especially in a cut situation, there's generally a full game that's bought. Every tournament is different. So I will confirm said things prior to.
Yeah, and we have to be in a position for there to be a tie after 7 too. I mean, that's,
yeah, it's early still.
Right.
But whenever I see ties near a cut number, I like to know all the answers ahead of time.
Right. Confirmed Darren Tang is throwing a phase 2 as well. Looks pretty good for him as well.
We'll go back over to 9 through 12 because 5 through 8 will be done, or 5 and 6 will be done here shortly. But we'll watch Brian Halen. He's got a 310 to deal with, but again, quietly leading this squad here. This 6 p.m. squad, 6 p.m. Local time. What's your method of choosing squads? Are you a morning, afternoon person?
So I looked at the squads and thought, all right, I think the middle squad is probably fine. And I looked at the morning and said, all right, I kind of like the morning squad. Then I realized, all right, I live 30 minutes away from here. We're bowling at 7 a.m.
Yeah.
I am not waking up at 5 o'clock to be ready for this tournament. I'm good. I just think, and, jokes aside, I'm like, I go to sleep around 11, 12, and I just, can't go to sleep earlier than that. And I usually don't sleep later than that. I'm like, me getting 5 hours, maybe 6 hours of sleep before this, I think that actually hurts me with how much better the squad. It's really not that much better of a squad to bowl. So I'll sleep in, get a nice breakfast, feel ready. And that worked out so well. So maybe I should have woke up at 5 a.m.
Well, I'll tell you, when you were on 5 and 6, and I'm specifically keying in on this one because the left lane seemed like the one that you had a pretty good idea and handle on.
Mm-hmm.
And then the right lane seemed to be kind of tricky. And then I think it was late, probably the first, I think you finished on the left lane, and then, of course, you had a
very good 10th frame.
Right. Yes. And so I'm like, man, that's the lane that I thought you had the best handle on. You went through some ebbs and flows in that block, man.
I didn't throw the right ball that game. At that moment, I committed my game plan to what I thought I was going to do, which you obviously want to be flexible, but I struggled to commit to game plans, so I was like, I'm just going to commit to this, and it was not the correct ball. And especially seeing what Russ and Brian are doing and the types of balls they're using, I definitely threw the wrong ball in the fresh. So,
what did you throw, if I may ask?
I threw. I started with urethane, which I shouldn't have, and I tried to play out, and that didn't really work. And then I threw too quick of a ball, where it just, when it saw the friction, it bounced off of it.
Say quick off the spot?
Yeah, it was too quick off the spot. It was too responsive off the friction, which forced my feet in the wrong part of the lane, where I probably could have stayed where I was and then thrown just something a little slower. I had an infinite physics that I thought was going to be close. And then maybe a reality check or something. That saw the shim a little bit better. The ball I was throwing, it was too much off the friction to actually see the hold.
This shot there by Brian Halen. I'm trying to remember the last time I saw him, but I feel like it was maybe at the U.S. Open-ish. It was something, that was very significant, and he was kind of doing the same thing, kind of quietly near the top of the standings.
He can definitely do that. He had a good weekend at the TAT last week. I think he shot 690 every set he bowled, and the cut was like 700.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Like if it were a total pinfall tournament, 100% would have led.
Wow.
Yeah, he bowled really well there because that was not an easy pattern.
How many sets did you bowl?
I bowled 3 sets. I went 5-something, 6-something, 7-something. So game plan became a little more clear each set. That tournament's stressful though, man. Those 3-game sprints are hard.
Yeah, I was talking to, I don't remember who. Might have been Will, might have been Theo, could have been Michael Haugen. I don't know at this point, but that's one of those events that is on my list still. You don't bowl that much anymore. It's like,
Sure.
you just gotta bowl. Gotta go bowl a TAT related event. Like anything related to TAT, you just gotta do it. You gotta experience it. It's different. Tests you in many different ways. Definitely mentally, I know that for sure.
And it's interesting too because you'd think bowling is just, all right, I'm going to try to knock down as many pins as I can every shot. But there's a way, it's different bowling different tournaments. If I were to bowl a 10-gamer, I have a different mindset than if I'm bowling these 3-game, these 3-game sprints. Or like on tour, a 6-game PTQ. That's much different than like maybe a CBE, a 7-game block.
Right.
And so that experience of learning how to bowl each format, people underrate that.
Yeah, you just never know what you might see. From a format perspective. And they're getting more creative as the tournaments go on.
As they should. I like
Yeah.
the kind of weird fringe formats. Those have always been a favorite. Or patterns, like at the Bradley when it's, just dump a bucket of oil in the lane.
Yes.
Yeah, put that out.
Doesn't like a good challenge. And this pattern itself is challenging. Thinking of just the last 3 weeks. New Mexico Open's challenging. You bowl that, then you bowl the TAT.
Yeah. A lot of big tournaments. Well, 5-digit first place prizes.
Not the best shot. But Halen, the former McKendree champ, All-American, Junior Team USA member from South Carolina.
So I didn't realize this. I was watching some old college bowling the other day, and I saw you on there.
I knew it. I knew it was coming.
It's like, wait a minute, I know this guy.
Yeah, that was me. 2000, if you saw it online, it was 2005.
Yeah,
sure.
2005. Yep. You guys ended up winning, right?
We did.
Nice. That's got to be sweet, winning nationals.
It is the crowning jewel of my bowling career on the lanes,
Sure.
without question. Until I do something noteworthy, at somebody's 10K that I'm not streaming, and I don't see that happening anytime soon. So I'll take the ITCs all day.
Oh yeah.
Just like Darren Tang is taking 6-baggers all day over there. We're gonna go back to that pair in 1 second.
Yeah, he took a big jump left, and he's just hooking them now.
See Brian Halen's fill shot as the leader of the tournament, or I should say of this squad currently in. He gets 203 with a strike.
He moved left also.
Well, that seems to be the play about this time in the block based on sweepers. Nice spare to the left. Who was that?
That was Derek Acuff.
Thank you.
The center kind of likes the ball going left to right once it breaks down. They actually have Specto on I think it's 21-2 or 23-4. And
I can see the
yeah. And it's one of the few places that have Specto here. So I used to come here all the time actually with Keith Fung, who made it off the earlier squad or whatever. We used to bowl here all the time, practice on that pair, and Specto's pretty cool stuff.
What are like some of the things that you enjoy most about that type of technology in our sport now?
I think as bowlers, we perceive what we're doing one way, and what we're actually doing might be something different. So I like that.
That's well said right there.
Where in my mind, I think, man, I'm throwing it firm right now. I'm, whatever. I think it's going to give you the truest read. Or I think because I look at the dots, I don't look at the arrows, so I think I'm crossing something different. And it says, oh, you're actually crossing 20. Cool.
So this should be game 6. If I think I'm good there, right?
Yeah, brown screen is game 6.
So Darren Tane's going to enter your screen. There he is. A little loft game.
That looks pretty good.
Bang. Darren Tane. Spare 7-backer. I'm sorry. No, that's 7. Cortez Shank has made his way over to 7 and 8. So it's a very odd scenario. So 9 and 10 is about to finish their game 6. 7 and 8 just started game 6. 11 and 12 just started game 6.
Yeah, Matt's going to be sitting there for a minute.
Yeah, that might be rough too for Darren Tane.
Nice spare by Tuz.
Excellent spare.
Yeah, he bailed it out. He was kind of sinking after the 260 and bailed it out with a really nice 2-0 last game. So he's finding his footing again.
So both, all the competitors on right now on 9 and 10 will have a little bit of a break. Neither can go left or right. You see Darren Tane living in Vegas. I saw a camera nearby. It was getting a couple shots, a good shot of Matt Anderson. So I'm assuming it was Darren's camera. I'm just assuming that.
Yep, confirmed.
Need some content. This will be good.
I really do like how much content's being put out in the bowling world now, especially by people my generation. I think making the pros more accessible it can only be good for the growth.
It's definitely different, and but it's great.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, it really is.
And I think it's just a generational thing. I mean, Darren's not a Gen Z or whatever, but younger millennials and Gen Z, they are all over social media, which we haven't seen that with, and that's with athletes across the board now. So I'm a big fan of it.
Do you see yourself potentially, giving it a whirl in some capacity, do a little vlogging?
I just started doing some. Thanks for letting me get a plug in here.
Well, go right ahead.
I just started a podcast, actually.
How about that?
With myself, Kyle Duster, and Trevor Roberts out of Florida.
Okay.
Yep. It's called Out of Pocket Bowling.
All right.
And we talk bowling, some other stuff. Trevor had his fantasy draft the other day, so we talked some football. It's super lighthearted. It's a podcast, so we just, chat it up, and it's a good time. So far, I've gotten a lot of positive feedback on it, which I didn't know how it was going to be perceived. So, yeah, check it out. Out of Pocket podcast.
Where at? YouTube? What are we doing?
So we stream live on Twitch every Wednesday.
Okay.
Around, depending on when I get off work, around 5:30, 6 o'clock Arizona time.
Okay.
And then we upload every Friday on YouTube.
Okay.
And then we're looking. I'm going to recommend we do some Facebook Live as well, because I know Beef and Barnes do that.
They do.
Just help with engagement. I know more people are going to be on Facebook as well than Twitch.
Right.
So, yeah, really excited about that. We've been having a blast with it.
Oh, that's dope. Okay.
The vlogging thing, I get too fried when I bowl. Nobody wants to watch that. Last thing I want to do is talk into a camera after I just flag the cut.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine you wanting to decipher what went wrong earlier today with the camera in your face.
Yeah, no shot. So I am on TikTok as well. I've been doing the TikTok thing, which I'll be honest, I tried to avoid TikTok. I'm like, nah, we can grow a little bit on this. So I just got to like 1,500 followers, which, still a scrub on there, but it's a growing. So it's at Zweig BRO on TikTok as well.
At Zweig BRO.
Yeah, bro.
Darren Tane didn't like it, but the pen said otherwise.
Yeah, that's a nice little 250 plus right there for Darren. That's huge on this too.
Let me take a look at high games so far today through 4. We've had 3 250s and 1 260 for high games today.
I think the highest game of the day was Mark on the first squad with 279.
Correct. No, that's right. Because Bob Wiley did not shoot 280.
Okay.
He shot 278, but he had the front 9 early.
Wow.
On 5 and 6, actually.
I didn't see him throw a shot, but I heard he Rambo'd him. So.
Yes. I saw very many. And he actually did something very interesting.
Tez making all the splits over there.
Cortez Shank. So what did he say?
You have 40 in the third with 3 splits. That's not like they were 3 10s either. Those were designs. Darren got all that one. Yep.
Nice. DT.
So what was he at before that? He was up there, right?
Yeah, he was 4th.
Oh, that gets into 100. Jeez.
Plus 31.
And then Brian only shot 202.
Actually,
I think.
and this is after 4 games.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, we're a game behind on that.
Right, so this is game 6.
Let's see if it's updated online.
Right.
No, it can't be updated online because they didn't even finish game 5 over
right,
there.
so people just finished game 5, so.
Jeez. So what we got over here? We got Derek Acuff. I think Mikulowski's on this pair, maybe.
Yeah, he shot 250 some odd.
Yeah, he went 180,
game.
150, 160,
Yeah.
256 to get to 40 under. He's only 40 out now without whatever he shot last game.
Mr. Hirsch, hope all is well. Appreciate you hopping in tonight. Those of you who are here, and I know it's getting late in your respective time zones, I appreciate you tuning in. If you wouldn't mind to smash the thumbs up, make sure you subscribe to Bullstream TV. Make sure you got your notifications turned on. You don't want to miss. You definitely don't want to miss anything regarding tomorrow. So tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Arizona time. So Pacific for some, 9 Mountain, 10 a.m. Central, 11 a.m. Eastern.
Tez moved way left to a stronger ball, and it bailed out on him.
4 consecutive splits. Well, it looks like Anthony Simonson. Oh, no, you're right. Rip Van Racer is correct.
Simo 289. Yep.
Simo shot 289. He was flirting with 290. Thanks, Rip. Appreciate that reminder. I want to, because I know Cortez is arguably the most talented person I've ever seen, I'm going to go to him because he might make this.
He can make a run. He might take a lineup shot, though.
And that would be also smart.
Yeah, that's a lineup shot.
His lineup shot is still like better than my first shot.
That's a high bowling IQ play right there. A lot of people, they'd think, oh, let me try the backup ball, make the split so I'm still 180 pace. No, take the lineup shot there. Even if he threw it slow enough to obviously hit the 2-pin, but there's really an argument for just throwing a legit strike ball there. I mean, we're chasing 10s, not 2s.
There's Stu. Back over on 9, 10, 11, and 12. And at worst, hopefully just a flat 10 there.
Yeah, it looks like 9.
All right, we've got 5, 6, 7, and 8 all rolling. And it looks like, with the exception of 19 and 20, everyone is complete with game 5. In the booth with Matt Zweig. He and, I'm just going to say his family, right? So, you know, they've got a last name that is easily one that you can mispronounce. So you have to ask.
Oh, it's standard. I think so. I keep track of how many people have gotten it right on the first try in my life. I think it's 7, 8
Wow.
maybe.
Good Lord.
Yeah, and it's usually people that understand German last names because
Okay.
it's German. Because people, it should have like the dots on it or whatever, you know, like
Makes
that
sense.
kind of EI.
The ASK, what's the name of that symbol? I forgot what it's called, but I know what you're referring to.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, in theory, it should have that, so it would make it more obvious. But the English way, it doesn't work. Is that one going to split? Oh my God, that one also splits.
Oh, Cortez Shank, the lefty of your screen there.
And that's kind of the problem today. When you weren't matched up, you try to square it up. So I could, for sure, he moved his eyes left there and tried to shim it up there with a little slower ball, something that a little weaker down lane. And he's taking a picture of it. But sometimes it would jerk, and it would split every time it jerked. And then you can't throw the flippier ball because it might go past it through the fronts and never hook because it's still 43 feet. And then it could 210, or you throw too slow of a ball like you did on the left lane, and that 210s. So really easy to split. Wow.
So Shank with
That's crazy.
5 consecutive splits. And as you mentioned, there weren't any 310s.
No.
All legit, you know, things that you don't want to see splits.
I think the one in the first was a 3-4 combo. The one in the second, I didn't see that one. And then 210, 2-8-10, 3-4 combo. Crazy. Derek shoot game 5.
Still haven't seen a lot of players use urethane today. And so Derek might be really one of the first that we've seen, especially, what is this, game 6? Using urethane, especially this late in the block.
Yeah, Derek's the kind of bowler, if the urethane is in play, he's going to try to throw it. And he's throwing a pretty strong urethane right now as well. I mean, even Jacob's on reactive, so that should
Correct,
say something.
yes.
So starting to get a few scores in right now. Rush shot 203, he's 84 over.
Yeah, so Leia's in there, right? And so finish the family point. And so then, right, we've got Leia, which I know people don't get that one right on the first try. I'm a little further upset at myself because I've had many a numerous conversation with her and worked with her, so I should know. But if anyone else is like, okay, that's it. It's like, I don't even need to ask. This one's clear. It's Leah. No, it's not. Sorry.
Yeah, God bless her soul. She's had both of her names pronounced wrong her whole life.
Yeah, that's hard. That's
that's tough.
That's tough. Mark, Jacob just made the turn to go down to the high end, but
Just about to get his score in as well.
through, and we're almost through with, I mentioned game 5, and actually now everyone is complete officially with game 5. So those last scores now will hold, or will be added, I should say, as Cortez finally strikes for the first time in the 6th frame. And Cortez was minus 31, or is minus 31 after 5 games.
They got Darren's score wrong. He didn't shoot 259. Didn't he shoot 268?
Well, he shot it in game 6.
Oh my God. Man, so we went 259,
So
268.
I think
Jeez.
259 is correct.
Wow, okay, fair enough.
But yes, 59.68
I was thinking, yep, okay.
for DT.
Wow, that's huge then.
Yeah, I think he's probably going to be the leader after 6 games.
Yeah.
But back to Jacob Buttroff. Very rare to see, but Buttroff is minus 54 through 4 games. His 5th game has not been added as of yet. But minus 54 through 4. He had a very rough start to the block. Shot 137 and followed with 211, 213, and 185.
Ironically enough, they have every score in, like, except for Jacobs.
Oh, we got Mom in the building, too. Well, this is good, Mom. Yes, I need to talk to you about this.
Jacob, 184, game 5.
Okay, so 185, 184. Still some opportunity, obviously, for Jacob Butcher in multiple ways. He's got 3 games left tonight, or I should say in this squad, and depending on the results, obviously, a 2-game sprint tonight. Have you bowled many Desperado squads or re-entries late where, you know, they're generally shorter games, or the amount of games are shorter?
Yeah, I've seen 1-game Desperados.
Oh.
So 2 is, I mean, obviously you want it to be much less than the actual tournament.
Yeah.
So, yeah, 2 games makes sense. What's great, I didn't know this though. I found out recently it's on the burn. They don't re-oil for it.
That is correct.
The whole last hour after I bowled, I was like, what in the world am I going to do on the fresh? Find out it's on the burn. All right, cool, we got a shot. But they're shimwrecking them pretty good, so they're going to get ugly.
Yeah, this, you know, it's a 3 squad today, right? So 3rd squad today, I should say. And, you know, we had some, you know, everyone was talking about it earlier. Michael mentioned, I think William mentioned, you know, 3rd time it's out. It's like any other event. You're familiar with it. You know, lane memory removes itself, pattern, you know, maybe playing truer. The individuals in each squad, you know, watching maybe what the previous squad has done and kind of adjusting maybe what their game plan was going to be, maybe adjusting it slightly. All of those things play a role. This squad's definitely playing different than, I think, the first 2 squads. I don't think there's any question. There's still people, obviously, that are going to roll well, like Darren Tang,
sure,
for example. But as a squad, the pace is lower, and you can see that in the standings, where
yeah, it cuts minus right
there
now,
are negative numbers right now in the number.
I think it. Okay, they have all officially, yeah, -5 is the number right now.
So it sounds like we might be all in. Oh, bowl 300.
You'd be surprised. There's people that spray it on tour.
Oh, man.
You see urethanes in part of the lane, you did not expect to see them on tour.
Shank.
Hook. Nope. This is stabilizing it.
This is interesting. I mean, you don't normally see, you know, obviously someone of Cortez's caliber. So when this is a terrible. It's terrible what Cortez is going through, right?
Of course.
But we get a lot of viewers who watch live streams or watch what they see on TV, and there'll be players who would, or viewers who would be quick to say that Cortez is not a good bowler, right?
Sure.
You see it all the time.
Sure.
People pop in briefly, you know, just for a minute. They see a score, they watch Cortez, and they say, man,
they see a 4 out.
This guy's not good. Right. This guy's not good, right?
Sure.
But, you know, you got to watch his entire game. And there's some of the things that you kind of miss out on. But it's also our job, which is why we're here to help explain what's happening, which Matt has done a great job of talking about some of the ball choices that Cortez is going through right now, what he's seeing, et cetera, et cetera. But that's kind of, you know, I've been hearing the word education a lot in these last 2 days. And it really is so key to our sport because, you know, you just can't have folks coming in disparaging literally. And I'm just using Cortez as an example. Obviously, we know he's not.
Sure. He's one of the hottest bowlers, arguably, in the world right now.
I just watched him win the New Mexico.
Yeah.
Right here on
and he's made the title
TV.
match the last 4 regionals or something like that.
Yeah.
He's on fire right now.
So I want to make sure I'm clear about that because people hear what they want to hear.
So there's 2 things that I think go into that when people think about that kind of stuff. One, you mentioned education. I think there is a major lack of education in bowling at a higher level. I mean, there's a lot of guys here that are good bowlers and throw it good, but they have no idea what's going on out there.
Wow.
when it rains, it pours. They have no idea what's going on, and they throw it pretty, whatever. And you see that. So you see it way more often that someone has a great physical game, and lack of knowledge holds them back, versus people that can outthink a lane, but physically can't do it. You see the former way more often. But I think the other thing too that hinders people's decision-making process in general, beyond just bowling, is a sample size issue. So like you mentioned, someone can come on, see 2 frames, see Tiz go split, and think, man, this guy's trash, without knowing about it. Of course. But when you see this guy bowl, his last 50 games he's bowled competitively, and he's out averaging the field by 20 pins, you know, you kind of understand the sample size behind that. This might be the worst game he's bowled this entire calendar year.
Right. He's right.
And he's still going to go. I mean, what is he right now? He's 31 under. Yeah, this could be the worst set he's bowled in the calendar year. I mean, I've seen him steamroll the last, 6-7 tournaments. Just run him over.
I just sat and watched him bowl 4 games at the New Mexico Open with the highest game in the championship match to win.
Yeah.
He averaged 229 point whatever, 230 in those 4 games.
Yeah, I had the under in the title match on that with my buddy, and that did not go so well.
I don't know which Greg Thompson that is. But if it's the Greg Thompson.
Is that GT?
I don't know.
Matt, just say my name next time. Oh, that's definitely GT. I'll reserve my comments on that.
Oh, GT2, my man.
Hey, if the sweeper is 2 games, he was taking the money home. Maybe you should bowl tonight then. Oh, there you go. Another leave of the day.
Wow.
He's the same guy, left the 8-9.
It is.
Jeez.
I feel his pain.
I'd love to see his, if he tracks it on Pin Pal or whatever. Spares left 8-9 once, 2-8-9 once.
Our guy, Pat.
Lombardo.
He's sparing this. Because, you know, he had a really good look at the 4, at the 8-9.
Russ Oviedo, though, shooting 220s. He wants that spot.
Well, I mean, I'm all for getting a little extra sleep, couple additional
that's all
buys.
over it. Oh, the 2-8. Jeez. Shoot at it long enough, you might want to learn how to make it, right?
Matt Anderson.
160.
That was a pretty smart play, though, because that was probably the slowest fill shot in the history of bowling. But
Matt, no way.
But well, I mean, that frame. I got it. The 9 and 10 has been done forever, but he couldn't bowl, right?
He waited there.
He couldn't go anywhere.
Oh, okay.
So I assume he waited on purpose to get a little closer so he can throw the fill shot and somewhat try to remember what it felt like to throw a shot.
I actually bowled a tournament in Texas, and Stu helped me out on that once. We had a pair. It was just like that. We're going in the last game of the block. It was going to be a 20-minute wait. He said, take 15 minutes. That one warm-up shot, it's usually all you need.
Smart play by Matt Anderson.
Hook. What do you try here?
I know this sounds crazy, but, you know, considering the start of this game, 150 doesn't sound terrible.
Oh, it's a fine bail. Obviously, the end results, you know, that's kind of lame. You don't want to shoot 150
Correct,
ever,
especially, you know, you're already 31 under with just 2 games to go.
Geez, he could have had 40 in the 5th, and then what do you do? So that people also don't realize that that's still like to be able to mark 5 times coming off that. All right, sure. Even deeper, stronger ball, and completely missed the spot. Wow.
152 for Tez.
So you claiming that we're going to have Cortez and Jacob in the Desperado?
Oh,
I'm sure the Desperado guys love to see that.
wouldn't have been on my bingo card.
Yeah. I always think about if there was some kind of sports betting for bowling, and you could parlay like these guys making cut or these guys missing cut. I'm like, man, there's some plus 10,000 that definitely hit sometimes.
We'll finish it out here with Eileen Linares, who made match play at the New Mexico Open. The local player too. She had a lot of nice crowd support, as one would expect. Chris Mays, he also made a run there at the tournament. We saw his brother earlier on this pair start the block off.
Is he going to beat his brother on this pair?
That's a good question. I think so.
153, yeah.
Now let me confirm that he did indeed start on this pair. No, that was I guess that was a squad ago. Good Lord.
No, Hunter's on the squad.
No, yeah, Hunter's on the squad, right? Yeah, 5.
Although
At
Hunter
this
May's
point-
on the squad, it's the Hunter that doesn't have an E in his last name, apparently. And Russell's looking good over there.
Wow. I haven't seen that lead today. I've seen a lot of leaves.
See, a game like that is really good, too. People don't realize. She was able to keep her good lane for 5 shots, struck on all of them. Worked hard to figure out the other lane. Probably made a big jump in the 8th, got 9, and got a hit in the 10th for 2-0. That's a really nice game.
Great spare, 7-8 for Derek. Let me ask you, as someone who obviously is very experienced and has bowled tons of high-level events, and this last like 10, 15 minutes, we've been talking about things that, you know, that would help continue to educate players or viewers and anyone really in the sport. So what are some of the things that you believe often get overlooked, maybe outside of what we've just been talking about within the sport, that maybe is much harder than it seems as we continue on that path a little bit?
So a way for people to further educate themselves.
Yes.
Is what you're saying?
Like things that would be like things that almost in a nonchalant way, like it's much harder doing it than it looks. Like it may
Okay.
look like it's easy or, you know, quote unquote.
Oh, what we do on the lanes like
yes,
that?
but when you're in the minute or in the zone and this is what you got to do, and it's so much more difficult to do X, Y, and Z than you make it look when you watch a live stream on TV.
Yeah. That's a tough question. There's a lot of things. Stuff like minute adjustments, people don't catch that kind of stuff. Because you won't see, let's say I shake her 7 and I'm like, all right, I'm just going to add some grip pressure on this next one. People don't see that. They think maybe the 7 pin was just bad luck and they make the same shot and leave a flat 10. Like, oh, I can't get the corners out now today, and they fry, you know, stuff like that. I think, though, for people to educate themselves on smaller stuff like that, there's a couple of key resources people don't really take advantage of. One is content, like we talked about earlier. I think you can just be a sponge with the amount of content. I'm only 26, but even when I was growing up in bowling,
Right.
95% of the content that's out there now didn't exist. There was very little bowling content.
Very, very much, I would say, right, instructional DVDs were still
Yeah, exactly.
kind of like the primary content
Right.
piece.
Which, sure, a lot of it's helpful. I mean, you know, the Dick Weber one, or sure, you know, you can listen to Dick Weber teach about bowling and knows what he's talking about. But to hear it from guys that are doing it day to day and that are in the moment, it's really nice to get that behind the scenes. And second, I think
Oh,
he's slamming 8.
my
Yep.
first one that I've seen today. Well, from a righty. I saw one from GG3 earlier, I
Yeah.
believe. But not from a righty. So my heart had been very good today because I hadn't seen any stone 8s from righties, and there they go.
Give that man a hug. I think another thing people don't do is talk bowling enough with people they surround themselves with, or they surround themselves with people that either know less than them or the same amount. I think if you can surround yourself with a bowling circle, it doesn't have to be your friend circle even, just your bowling circle, with people that know more than you, you'll guaranteed learn just through osmosis through these people, as long as you're willing to learn and trying to get better. So that's why when I bowled those 2.5, 3 months on tour this year, just talking to all these pros that I watched on TV, and now I'm just talking to them at the bar after the tournament or whatever, to learn all these small, intricate things. It is so much more valuable. And at that level, the next level of people you talk to is the tour guys. But let's say you just want to get into the regional circuit. Well, talk to some regional bowlers, see what they've gone through and how they've gone from flagging cuts to getting in there. There we go. Yeah, we got knowledge all over the place. Staying patient. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great one. Knowing or watching, making that look easy, I should say. Players of that level, your level. And I was talking about patience with Michael Haugen earlier. I would like to be, and maybe there's a way. Maybe I don't know if it's virtual reality. I don't know if it's we'll hook someone up to like a Stenos machine, but so we got some things on your head. And we're like tracking and watching kind of the brain waves as certain situations are unfolding in real time.
Right.
And how, obviously your brain is computing what's happening in real time. That would be fascinating to me.
So they've done something like that where they used to do it on tour, like random tournaments. They do it on like shows where they track heart rates of the bowlers.
You're right. You're right.
And you'd see. I remember one recently. I think it was the TOC that Jesper won. They had that one logged, and they showed Tom Doherty's heart rate in the first match. Started at like 80 or 90 or whatever. And 10th frame, his heart rate was like 150.
Which levels are dangerous?
Yeah, no kidding. Jeez. I mean, I'm hitting that on the treadmill.
Right.
So yeah, try to pry it off when your heart's beating twice as fast. And you got to think what's going on upstairs. And we all go through the same thing. Every bowler that's ever needed a hit for anything feels the same way. What are you looking for? Chilling. You don't say.
Derek says they're hard.
Yeah, he would be correct.
A lot of clean 190s.
Sure, take them.
In 30 seconds or less, why are they hard?
Because there's out of bounds and no hold. pretty easy.
I like it.
Yeah, that's generally how to make them work.
There it is. Out of bounds and no hold.
I stink with reactive.
Yeah, I was surprised you were throwing urethane. I mean, even Jacob's not throwing urethane.
Yeah, so I started with urethane, bowled 2-0, 190 clean. I went to reactive and bailed 240 with 4 pocket hits. So I just Brooklyned a whole bunch. And then I tried to stay with it, bowled 150. Then I bowled 2-0 with urethane, and then bowled 190 with urethane.
Sure.
Gotta go with what you know.
And that was something we saw too, where something would look good on a pair, and you go to the next pair. Yeah, Derek's not. You see Derek on his head here. You'd go to the next pair. It's not even close. It's like that option. It's like, why would I even think of doing that option? Well, I just shot, 230, 240 with it last game. How's it not there?
It's interesting you say that. So Will Graham, who I talked with earlier, said the same thing during the nice opening shot there for Darren Tay.
Oh, D-Tank side in here, right in front of us.
During the what squad were we watching? B squad. Talking about pair to pair and how different it was as you go. And Cortez now on 5 and 6. Oh,
he'll be fine now. He saw it push.
It's a good break. I just love his demeanor all the time. Even when he's in some trouble. Like watching him, he's just like still in how he's emoting right now is so funny to me. Like, because I don't know who would just be in the mood that he's in currently. Now, obviously, he may be doing something completely different on the inside, but from the outside.
Oh, he's steaming on the inside, but he's going to look for the levity and things.
That's, again, one of those things that are much harder to do, but they look, somewhat easy, simple from the outside looking in.
Yeah, okay. I think I have a good answer for that one. I think controlling your emotions is something that's, at least I find, very difficult to do. And I see a lot of bowlers that also struggle with that. But, I mean, we're bowling 80 frames. So how much of on a wave can you really be? Like, if you're getting super high when you slap it off, oh, that was so sick. And then you go 4-9, 7-10, and, the world is over. How can you have any mental stamina to bowl 8 games? Pretty tough.
Appreciate everybody for tuning in. I got Matt Zweig in the building. He's been with me since Game 5, which, there was this lull for a minute. I feel like, we're kind of back on a decent track somehow. There's only a handful of pairs that are got in the way, but, there was a pair that was forced to wait. Like 9 and 10 had no choice. So it ended up working itself out.
It's the invisible hand, not the invisible hand of economics, the invisible hand of pace. It just made it happen.
Steve, looks like they just finished up Game 6 officially, so we should have the Game 6 update momentarily, unless we didn't talk about Game 5. But I feel like we did. Maybe we did.
He was asking about D-Ron. D-Ron's in 6th right now at 15 over. And 5th is 71 over, so it's a pretty big separation right now.
Yeah, let's go through it again just in case we missed it. Game 5 updates. Brian Halen, we did, but it was long ago because this is when we talked about the 268 thing.
Oh yeah, that was a minute ago.
So it was a little while ago. So Brian Halen was the leader after 5 at plus 98. Darren Tang was second after 5 at plus 90, but Darren shot 268 an hour ago in game 6. Russ Oviatt, third. Is it Oviatt or Oviatt?
Oviatt.
Thank you. Plus 84. Chad Jovic, plus 78 in 4th. Stu Williams was 5th. Again, these are scores through 5 at plus 71. D-Ron Booker, 6th at plus 15. Brian Shambler, 7th at plus 9. And then this is where we started talking about potential ties. It's Derek Acuff and Kyle Michalowski, both at minus 5. Kyle has gone 256, 234, 220 the last 3 games.
Nice. That's pretty good.
To move himself now further into the number, he's going to be at plus 15 once the Game 6 is added.
I think 7 and 8 is just cursed. Darren threw that one pretty well, and he's got half of them left.
Well, we may have reached that point. The one thing we didn't see, and I'm saying we, basically anyone who kind of joined me for a little bit, I don't get obviously a chance to see much on the high end. And so I feel like I've seen players discuss, like, hey, when we've made jumps and we've had players talk about the high end may play a little different to the low end, vice versa.
Definitely did. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like you probably haven't seen too much of getting super left on this side. We were hooking it pretty good on the high end. And in fact, the guys that were using slower balls going a little straighter and they had some hold down here, they were all forced to hook it when they made the turn from 1 and 2. I think it's a little more advantageous to start on the low end, moving to the high end.
So officially now into Game 7. Cortez Shane coming off a 150 game where he started with 5 consecutive splits, was able to make 1. And
I think he made 2 splits.
2 splits?
Yeah.
Was able to save what he could. But he's going to be, in a situation now with 2 games left. He's got to put up some numbers. Try to ensure a spot in the top 9. During B Squad, we watched David Haynes go from 10th and the first person out to 7th. That's shooting 260.
Oh, that's got a hook.
in game 8. Oh! Ring it up for Darren Tang.
Ball made it back from nowhere. Acuff getting into reactive now, it looks like. I feel like he thinks he needs a score now.
I mean, I don't know. He probably just shot 190-ish.
I think 197, 198, something like that.
And if that's the case, that would only put him at -7 or 8.
Yeah. He might not need a score. In his mind, he might think he does, though.
I have to imagine that's pretty difficult, right? To sometimes judge when you feel like you need to try something or take a risk based on the scoring pace.
Right. Yeah, especially when you go in with a game plan. The game plan's going well, but you still have to do a new game plan in terms of what kind of score you're looking for. Because sometimes you're obviously not looking for 12 strikes. I mean, most bowlers that grind this stuff know that, but some of the people watching might not know that. Where, you know, obviously you're going to try to strike every ball, but you also realize there's some games where nine's a lot better than potentially getting 6.
Forgot Brian Hirsch. I don't know. B. Hirsch, are you from Arizona? But I feel like I know you lived in this area for quite some time. Steph, appreciate you tuning in, by the way, and for everyone for that matter too. But it's fun to watch chats. When they're going well, it's fun. Sometimes, you know, chats can go off in all kind of directions.
When you guys got a ton of people on here for like finals of big tournaments, I love watching the chat.
It's an intriguing. Yeah, it gets interesting.
See, I wish we could have some kind of like live chat for when there's a show on TV. If you could integrate some kind of live chat, I would love to see what people are saying when the show's on.
That's a great. It's a really good idea. All right, D-Tang. You see him on the right lane. Into the 3-step. Wow.
Yeah, he's good now.
I mean, that is just. Why don't you bottle that up and sell it? Hey, Gus.
What's interesting, too, is he's throwing a phase 2, which, you know, it's not the biggest ball ever made, but it's definitely not a ball that most people would think, oh, I'm going to use this at the end of the day. You'd think maybe on the Storm side, at least a hustle, a highway pearl kind of thing. He's got a bunch of balls he can throw weaker than that as well, and that's still going through the pins that well. So in his mind, he probably has 8 games left.
Yeah, I got to think that's where, you know, for many, the experience level of a Darren Tang really comes into play.
Oh, it's huge.
Right? I mean, just by what you described there. And you're right. Like,
yeah.
You know, maybe mid-level player not thinking about perhaps where or, you know, using a, you know, quote-unquote bigger ball later in a block. You know, I'm thinking about myself back in the day, like, oh yeah, you know, if it's hooking, if I got to move left, of course I'm a ball down, and you know, but now that's not always the right answer. In fact, it seems like it's almost never the right right answer.
You had Haugen on here earlier saying he went what did he throw? He threw he went from that Belmo ball, which personally knowing him, that's got a ton of games on it, to X3, one of the new high-end balls. Yeah, he might have been the only person in the field throwing the promotion.
Wait, it actually took me aback when he said it. I was like, promotion, okay.
That's his trick ball. He loves that thing.
Promotion, yeah, RCX3, and I think he said a gem.
Yep. Probably should have thrown my gem on this.
All right, Eileen.
Sneaky power there. It's kind of like Walter, where every ball, not that many rotations, but it's all going towards the pocket.
Right.
So you can blast the 5 out like that. Yep. So the last one got a couple right of that and made it back. So I know in his mind, he's thinking, all right, I got from there left. It's a pretty free shot the next one. I heard there'd be a special guest coming on for Game 8. I don't know if that was confirmed with you or not, though.
Uh-oh. That scares me.
I don't know if he's still here, though. I haven't heard him. That gives you a clue.
But that could be a lot of people. Jordan?
Yeah. Jinx. When I came over here, he said, I'm hopping in Game 8. So.
All right.
That'll be a treat. Hopefully we have sponsors afterward.
Thanks to Apparel EFX, Chuck's Painting, Jacqueline Smith of West USA Realty, the main sponsors here at the 10K CBE Cactus Classic. Also Brunswick, Ramsey Auto Center, and Timback Pro Shop.
Hey, for real, shout out the sponsors that chipped in so we can bowl for 10K. That's pretty sweet.
No, those are the ones.
That's the one thing I think we're missing right now across the board is if we can get more sponsors. And I know Haugen was talking about that earlier, so I don't want to. I'm not going to double tap on it too much. But if we have some legitimate sponsors for most tournaments, not even just PBA, but tournaments like this, where you might not be getting your brand's eyes on, millions of people, but to where if enough people are going to buy your product or your service or whatever, and you know that you can get some kind of revenue, we're going to be bowling for much bigger sums all of a sudden. Now we're starting at the grassroots level, getting people into bowling. I mean, you saw how many people came out for this. And
yeah, I mean,
it's nice.
Yeah, we want to bowl for money, and obviously, right? We all want to do that. We all want to be able to bowl have a chance to make 5-figure, 6-figure, obviously, of course, 7-figure like paydays. And sponsors certainly have a big to do with that. We thank those who have supported this event and also just support the CBE in general, especially from talking to Theo, Jacqueline Smith, helps and supports other events, a lot of the senior tour and senior events that CBE runs as well.
Yeah, Theo does a great job running these tournaments. We don't get too much scratch action in Arizona, which is weird because we have a lot of scratch bowlers. So to be able to get some scratch action consistently from Theo is a plus. And some decent money in these things too.
All right, your Game 6 update is ready to go.
Cut dropped again.
Yeah, this is really intriguing.
Yeah, it's a little polarized, isn't it? The scores.
All right, so Game 6 update.
If I told you Cortez and Jacob would be tied after 6, would you have believed that it was tied for 17th?
No.
Jeez. There's your plus 10,000 on DraftKings.
Shot there for Fitzgerald. Every time I see him bowl, he's always in position and an opportunity to advance in whatever it is, cut, tournament, win, whatever.
Oh, this guy's my kryptonite. I've bowled Fitz probably 4 times in big tournaments the last couple of years. I think I'm 0-4. We bowled at the Masters, like the big Masters in the first round. No dice. No, we bowled. No, it wasn't. It was like the next day. It was. I got 25th, so he was making a run. He got me there, and then New Mexico, the first round when I made the show, I lost to him and then made the run. Right. And we bowled a couple local tournaments too, where just everybody's got their one guy they either really they really beat or they really don't beat. Recently, he's been the guy that's been tough to beat. So it's kind of interesting looking at the scores. There's 6 people 66 over or better. 7th is 15, and then 8th and 9 are negative. It's a pretty big separation. Top 6 is kind of looking locked, although on this you never know. Michalowski's making his run. Derek's grinding, and Fitz is either shooting 220 or 190. 170.
Yeah, this is something else here. So Darren Tang plus 158. Russ Oviatt second at plus 119. Ryan Halen is third at plus 98. Stu Williams is fourth, plus 80. D-Ron Booker is fifth at plus 70. Chad Jovich is sixth at plus 66. Kyle Michalowski, as you mentioned, seventh at plus 15. And again, 256, 234, 220. His first 3 games, 185, 156, 164.
And 2 or better this game as well.
And then Derek Acuff, -8. And we're watching Derek here. And again, as you mentioned, Fit now -15, who we're also watching. So the final game, we'll see Michalowski will be nearby on 1 and 2. We can keep an eye on him. Fitz will be on 7 and 8. We'll get to see him. Derek will be on 9 and 10. Where's Jonathan Mayer? Oh, I'm sorry, Meyer. Where did he start? He started on 10. He might not make it.
10, 12, 14, 16. He should be making the turn.
So he's going to be on 1 and 2 for game 8. So at least we can see him.
So Michalowski and Mayer on the same pair.
Correct.
Kyle's going to be distancing himself a little bit from the cut. I mean, Derek's got 112 in the 7th this game. And Fitz, he's shooting 180. Oh, my God. When it rains, it pours.
This is a tough question, but what's Cortez thinking at this particular point in time?
Not good thoughts.
If that's you, what are you? I mean, where are you? Like with a few frames left in the game to go, and you're probably feeling like maybe you're doing everything that you know how to do.
Yeah, that was a little weird.
Yeah, he's been having some moments, that gentleman.
Sure.
I'll leave it at that.
You were saying, so, okay, he's got a couple frames.
Couple frames left, a full game to go, but perhaps feeling at this point that all of the options, like all of the things that you know and you've learned and this experience, and they seem to not be producing the results that you think that they should.
Sure. I mean,
it's a difficult place to be.
Yeah, it's a dark place. It's tough because you think, okay, this is becoming hopeless. I don't know how I can double, let alone, you know, he's in his mind, he might need, let's say if even ends up being the number, right?
Right.
I mean, I think even's safe. Yeah, even's probably going to be safe. So he thinks, okay, I need 210. If I can get to 210, 220 this game, I now also need 250. And you think, then thoughts like, oh, I haven't doubled in a year. How am I gonna find a way to Houdini a 10-bagger here? It's tough. It's a tough place to be in. But knowing him, wow, Darren Tang with a 4-8 10 spare over there. That's pretty nice.
How about that?
Kind of the hard way too. Normally you skid the 4-pin across. He almost double tapped the 4-pin back and slid it. Knowing Tez, he's got some tricks up his sleeve. And he's going to do everything he can to shoot that 220 this game and find a 250 next game. And
Glad that one wasn't filmed.
What'd you say?
He said he said he's glad that one wasn't filmed.
Oh, do you Lily or something?
I don't know.
I see 7 split. That could be a Lily. I left a Lily on twister pins in San Jose.
Oh,
my last shot of practice. Like, let me try this ball. Ooh, probably not.
I could see.
Did you Lily or something?
What?
What'd you leave?
No, I just do like a reach.
Ah, okay. Whereas eloquently saying he threw it bad.
Okay.
That's 7. 222 though. Not a bad game. Did 10 out. Yeah. So he's in a ball that's going to get him to the pocket more often now. But it's still not really wanting to go through the pins the right way.
And here's the thing, he still got 226 out there.
Sure. He might just need another triple here and front 5 the next game to make cut, which doesn't sound on paper that hard, but good luck.
Well, this ninth frame is going to be super important.
100%. So I think at the end of this game, I'm going to tap in for Jordan.
Sounds good.
Viewers in for a treat.
Annie, we will be streaming the Desperado squad. We'll be right here for you. Lacey, they bowled 2 games, thank goodness. All right, Eileen. Took a max at 206.
Derek went to a very dull urethane ball to see something hook, and it hooked.
I would agree 100% there, Greg. You know, he's one of those players. You know, I've watched him enough to know that his talent can just supersede bad ball reaction. And sometimes, obviously, as we all know, if you bowl, it's hard to out-bowl bad ball reaction.
Oh, it's impossible.
But I would say this, though. What he's going through something that is difficult, but he's in the right squad based on the scoring pace.
I do think, though, if he was on the other squads, I think we broke him down a little better. These guys chased it in a little. I think they chased it in too quick. And our squad tried to stay right and break him down. I think his score would be a lot higher on B squad. I don't know about A. I can't really speak for that, but he was struck on B. Man, that spare is easy on lane 7 and 8.
I mean, come on. Stop it. Oh, hook a little.
That's got to hook a ton. Yep. Tried to get steeper and maybe probably a little slower, and I'm going to guess he just threw it really firm. Well, New Mexico Open champions right in front of us here. I got 2 within 3 pairs.
Nice spare. All things considered, still with 206 out there. So just for the record, Cortez at the moment, as you said, tied with Jacob Butcher for 17th. They both at minus 79. So players outside the number. Jonathan Myers, 10th, minus 19. Jason Lowry, 11th at minus 33. Alex Benton is 12th at minus 36. Brian Chambers, 13th at minus 45. Dylan Taylor is 15th at minus 64. Nicholas Walker, 16th at minus 74. Cortez Shank and Jacob Butcher tied for 17th at minus 79. Jimmy Montgomery is 19th at minus 81.
Look out for Jimmy. He's one of those guys. He could put up a couple numbers here.
Pat Lombardo, 20th at minus 89. Again, Jimmy at minus 81.
But there's 2 bowlers in the field that are more likely than anybody really west of Texas to shoot the 2 numbers needed to get in the cut. It's the 2 guys tied at 79 under.
I would agree with that. Without knowing the rest of the field.
Right.
I mean, like, and I know a lot of the players, but not all of them.
Sure.
But yes, if I had to, 100%. And that's obviously Butcher and Shane.
I've been seeing it since juniors against them. They've been shooting numbers to get it done for, 15 years, and they're only 20-somethings. Good shot by Derek.
Oh, 181 would work very well there for Derek. All change on the field there for Darren Tang. Hook again for Cortez.
Nope. that was on 7 and 8, he would have gotten 7. Darren going to a phase 4. That looked a little better. But even a game like Darren's, that happens so often where you got a good look, bang, all of a sudden, Paul does not want to do the same thing. Go.
It's going to be a clean 190 plus here. And a Zen being added to the rack by Cortez Schenk.
I think that's an IQ Nano Pearl that he was throwing. Just based on knowing those balls, I'm going to guess he likes what the other ball is doing in the fronts. So I think he thinks the Zen's going to be close enough and just needs that little more pop down lane. Which would make sense given the corner pins and the 2-pin and all that. Make a great wall. Yeah. It's a good shot.
Ball change successful. Moving over
really nice.
Moving over to 3 and 4. With 1 game left, he's going to be at -84.
One last thing to point out, you see all these top bowlers, they're all trying something different in their throw balls, whether they bowled 240, 180. There's a lot to be said for getting that information shot. So Ted's probably going to need 270 to be safe. Cut's probably going to be 10 to 20 under. I don't know what Jacob shot. I'm going to find out.
Yeah, the vibe here is just a little different.
Y'all are in for a treat coming up soon.
He's here.
Just to get one more quick little plug in here. Out of Pocket podcast. If you like some bowling content, definitely check it out. Shout out Kyle Dusser, Trevor Roberts. Shout out my mom and sister. I know they were watching. Everyone in the chat, y'all are the best. 900 Global. A lot of good balls going down the lane from Storm. 900 Global. Check them out. Yeah, Vice. Everyone as well. I'm going to go get Nasberg. Thanks for having me on, Emil.
He's right here.
He's right here.
Yeah, he's ready.
Appreciate it, my man.
Good to see you. I appreciate you.
Of course.
Nice job.
See the video of the kids? What? That looks just like our team.
Jordan Nasberg. The great Jordan Nasberg. Want to join us next? Oh, we've seen plenty of spares made. Cortez Schenk not wasting any time. He's already up and ready to go on 3 and 4. First shot, oh, pure. He's got the right ball. All right, so we got 9 through 12 popping at the moment. 7 and 8 And 5 and 6 will be off here in a second, or off and running, I should say. I'll keep you updated on what Cortez Shank is doing. You'll be able to see a little bit, just a little bit on 3 and 4. So Fitz is going to be in the mix. Darren Tang at this point is going to, just looking for now a 2-round bye. At this point, that's what's on the line for Darren Tang. We'll get back to him in a moment. He did not throw the phase 4 though to start this game. Stick with the phase 2. Got a couple more shots here. Boy, 9 and 10. Well, no, 9 and 10 just started. 11 and 12 already here, or ready to go, I should say. They're in like frame 3. They're in frame 4. All right, my man, Mr. Jonathan is nearby, so he is on 1 and 2. He just made a great spare, actually. Cortez Shank, he gets some love on the 10. Early double for Cortez Shank, if you're following along at home. Steph, good question. There's going to be 3 rounds, I think, total in the morning for tomorrow. But the only seeds that are going to be bowling tomorrow morning into the, I guess, early afternoon are going to be basically seeds 17 through 32. So in a single elimination bracket, basically you get the top 2 seeds and sometimes top 3 from each squad. A, B, and C get basically 2 rounds off. So at worst, they're going to finish in 16th place, which means a lot of things. 1, they may elect to sleep in. They don't have to, but sounds like a good idea. 2, they are automatically in a different prize fund placement because of that. So they're not going to battle it out and potentially, finish in the 25 through 32 range, which could happen if you lose the first match. So they're automatically going to be in the top 16, which obviously earns more money, which everyone wants. So it actually is pretty important. Michael Haugen was talking about that earlier. And it looks like he was going to get a 2-round bye as well. Wrapped in for Cortez. The last time I talked to Theo, that was, I think it was sometime in the B squad, and they had 5 participants from A squad. So, and I don't know how many B squatters have been added. Ooh, DT. But yes, so Desperado will be streamed right here. And what did Michael Fitz just make? I believe that was the 2-4-10. A lot of splits being made on that pair. Robert, 44 feet in length, 28.7 milliliters of oil. Let me choose, if I get a good opportunity, which Looks like it should happen. Quick look at the pattern before Michael Fitzgerald is up. Again, 44 feet, 28.7 mils. Take a look at where we are in regards to standings. So looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We're waiting for 12 scores to be entered, and then Game 7 will be complete. And we'll have all of the final tallies right now. Again, Darren Tang and Russ Oviatt, and for that matter, Stu Williams, Chad Jovich, all battling for 2-round buys. But boy, D-Ron Booker shot 255 in Game 6. He was plus 70. So we'll see where D-Ron is. It's a very important score from Game 7. Brian Halen. Yeah, so Tang, Oviatt, Stu Williams. Depending on what Brian Halen is doing, or did, I should say, in Game 7. And everyone is complete with Game 7. So let's see, top 9 right now. Tang, Oviatt. I won't read the scores until they're all in. Brian Halen should still be in the top 9, even though we don't have his total yet. Stu Williams, Chad Jovich, that's 5. Then there's D-Ron Booker, who, unless it was extremely catastrophic, will still be in the top 9. That's 6 players right there. And from the games that we do have in with Game 7, we hear a lot of minus 19s, minus 29s, minus 33, minus 38. Alex Benton, who we watched a little bit earlier and his family was watching, he was at minus 36 after 6. Boy, it's just impressive what Darren Tang is doing. And he's got a spare game down, his split conversion, his split percentage, conversion percentage is extremely high. By the way, the Desperado squad is going to be on this stream. I'm not going to shut it down. We'll just keep it locked right here. So if you see in the title, C Squad and Desperado. Cortez, he's left back-to-back 10 pins now on the right lane. So we'll wait for that update for D-Ron. D-Ron Booker is on, looks like 15 and 16. And, well, he's not wasting time. I think he's got the front 5. This is, I like to say, the leave no doubt, right? This is what D-Ron Booker is attempting to do here. and that is leave no doubt. And D-Ron now with the front 6. D-Tang still using a phase 2. Yes, indeed, Robert. Slices the 10. He just told me magic ball, folks. So I'm it doesn't account for your split conversion percentage. Keep you updated on D-Ron's status. But front 6, he's up now on 15 and 16. Let me go click refresh on the standings. There is 1 score missing at the moment. Ooh, it looks like the 9-pin went late, perhaps. Yep, front 7 for D-Ron Booker. So D-Ron, 255, 251, back-to-back games. All right, so the top 9 at the moment. Here we go. Darren Tang. Well, let me go get you that link again, just to make sure you got it. So D-Ron, I'm sorry. Darren Tang plus 163. Brian Halen, second, plus 122. D-Ron Booker, third at plus 121. Again, he's got the front 7. Russ Oviatt, fourth at plus 109. Stu Williams, fifth at plus 96. Chad Jovich, sixth at plus 92. Then there is a drop. Kyle Mikulowski, seventh at plus 37. Jason Lowry, Mikulowski plus 37, Jason Lowry 8th at minus 19, Derek Acuff 9th at minus 29. And now I forgot how to pronounce his name. We were just talking about the joke earlier. That's how I remember it. Jonathan Mayer. Anyway, he's 10th at minus 33. Theo Duthe back with us here. Theo, real quick, what is the situation in case there is a tie for the 9th spot?
1 game roll off.
1 game roll off. Okay,
Yes.
That sounds much better. Which 2-frame roll off.
I hope that it's not a tie to make my life easier.
Correct. We all do. Yes. Yes, we all hope that.
We already have a tie from B Squad for 3rd.
Yes, we do.
So that made things a little tricky.
For seeding and buys.
Which the tie on that is broken by who had the highest game in their block, which was Michael Haugen by 1 pin over Bobby Campanelli.
He mentioned that. We talked about that earlier, so that may have put him in the position to earn the 2-round bye.
Yep.
Or a 2-round bye.
And Bobby made sure to let me know he missed a 10-pin on his fill shot. To end up in the tie.
Update on D-Ron Booker. He missed in the 8th. I don't know if he opened or spared, but his run at perfection is over. But his run at the last 3 games of this tournament, again, 255, 251, and he's got another one brewing. So D-Ron Booker, it's not going to happen because of what Darren Tang is doing, but he put himself in position to lead this squad, but at worst, he could still earn a 2-round bye, depending on how Russ finishes here. So the game within the game right now here on this squad.
And actually, if Russ or, if D-Ron finishes 3rd, but he gets to 137, he'll get a 2-round bye.
Is that the cutoff at the moment, 137 as far as highest 3rd place?
Yeah, right now it's the tie with Haugen and Campanelli at 136 off of the B squad. So if the guy that finishes 3rd this squad beats that number, they will get the 8th seed and Bobby will get the 9th seed.
That's a lot happening right there. I appreciate you for having a handle on that.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, someone just asked about that. Steph did, and I thought Michael Haugen broke it down very well. Well, Russ Oviatt saying, hey, maybe I want that bye. But from the sleep, but the money perspective, it eventually automatically puts you in a different tier,
right,
of the prize fund. No matter, if you lose that first match when you do bowl,
right,
you're no worse, or you're going to finish in the 12 to 16, or however it's shaped, 9 to 16, whatever
9
it is.
16 spot, yeah.
As opposed to 25 through 32nd.
Right.
As an example. Meanwhile, Cortez Schenk has found a way to double again in frames 6 and 7. Darren Tang has been putting on a clinic here at C Squad. Hashtag Magic Ball. I mean, just a clinic. Oof.
Oh, brutal.
4-pin for Cortez. Well, I'll tell you this. If Cortez does not advance in this top 9, which he was minus 84, needed a big game and maybe a little help.
Yeah, it looks like Derek Acuff's the cutoff, and he's having a pretty decent game over there.
If Cortez bowls the Desperado, and that's an if. I don't know if he's going to bowl. But based on all that he just went through the last 3 games, and finally, finding the right solution, right ball in his hand, I'd have to feel pretty good about watching him in a 2-game sprint.
Right.
Lined up.
Yeah, especially with how broken down they are now. I feel like that's pretty close to his A game. I mean, he's pretty good at getting left and hooking it a bit. Jesus. What did he get? Oh, we got a 4-6 conversion. That's pretty cool.
How about that? What's my guy's name?
Daniel Mendoza.
Shout out to Daniel Mendoza for making the 4-6. What's that on 9 and 10?
Yeah, 9 and 10.
D-Tang. Oh yeah, don't even worry about it.
Oh, he's got that sick fallback look right now. Darren's got that look like he doesn't want me to re-oil tomorrow.
Yeah, Darren Tang wants to bowl the Desperado too. He's ready. Thank you, Nick.
I was being told that Daniel, this is his first tournament
Ever?
ever. He just started bowling recently.
Well, you got yourself a CBE new member.
Yeah.
Darren Tang for the highest game of the tournament. Dylan Taylor just to the left there. The last two New Mexico Open champions over there on 3 and 4.
I think D-Ron finished with 240 something.
Oh, 290. Nice job, Darren Tang. Last couple games for Darren Tang.
Now I gotta figure out what to do the first 4 games.
259, 268, 205, 290.
See, Darren said he's got to figure out what to do the first 4 games.
Yeah, because he's got himself a 3-game match no matter what happens tomorrow.
And it'll be on the burn, so
okay.
it'll be tough his first round. He's going to be lobbying for me to not re-oil.
Well, if D-Ron did indeed shoot 240 or better, it's if it's 240 anything, he's going to perhaps move around based on I don't know what Brian Halen did.
Yeah, I don't know where he went to. Started on 13.
I think he was
he's on the end pair. He was on the very last pair, so he's out of our range.
So the second guaranteed 2-round bye is going to belong to either Brian Halen or D-Ron Booker, and it's based on Brian Halen's final tally. Darren Tang has got himself a 2-round bye.
Rush just told me his flight paid off coming out here.
That's always a good sign.
Right? All right, these guys are wrapping up, so I should probably get back there and
do your thing.
Get prepped for the Desperado.
I appreciate it.
I'll try to pop in during that.
We've got what, plus 253. So plus 253 for Darren Tang, which I think that's the highest. Yeah. Yeah. That's the highest 8-game block of the day. I remember that one, Rip. That was from Tim Ursulo. So Michael Fitzgerald is still bowling and still in danger. I did not see Jonathan score. So that's going to be important. Fitzgerald and at minus 38. And that 10-pin right there may have done it. And just next door, Derek Acuff may have just punched his ticket, solidified it. He can get to 219 right now, you know, spare strike. I'm sorry, if he spares here, That would get him to 209, and he'd be adding pins. And Fitzgerald won't be able to catch him, that's for sure. That's the ball on the right of your screen. So Fitz, again, can only get to 182. Acuff's going to be at 209. Minus 20 for Acuff. And I do not know about Jason Lowry or Kyle Michalowski. So, yeah, this squad, a lot to TBD, to be determined. And with the majority of the house now complete, minus 7, 8, 9, and 10. It's going to come down to what Jason Lowry did, what Jonathan Mayer did, what, heck, I mean, you can't even count out Matt Anderson. I don't know where he finished, but so the refresh button will be important. So we already got a few scores coming in. Some that might help us off the top. Boy, Kyle Michalowski, 157. He got to minus 6, but that might be plenty, which is weird to say. But we got a lot of scores that we got that we need to decide on.
Yeah, no, I'm the number. I'm like 95% sure I'm the number. Because I went around Jonathan Mayer, both.
So Matt Anderson is projecting himself as the number.
No, these are updated. Yes, I am the number.
He's saying yes, so he's confirming.
I'm not confirming.
No, he's minus 37. His 8-game total is in and complete.
So these are updating as they come out.
It is in real time.
That's one ahead of me. Derek Acuff, 2 ahead of me.
He's and
Ryan Chamber had 190.
Derek's now at minus 20. Derek.
Yeah,
okay.
He takes me down to 9. And then
Yeah, Fitz is not going to get there.
Chamber, I'm ahead of. Jimmy Montgomery, I'm pretty sure I'm ahead of. He was going next to me. Dylan Gold 190s. And then Tez had 2 teams. And I don't think anyone much good down there.
All right.
I'm 95%.
95% sure. I like it.
There's nobody I'm really like sweating at. I guess I'm sweating Jimmy Montgomery, but he was shooting a lot of spares next to me.
Matt Anderson is not trying to bowl the Desperado tonight. Me neither. Daniel Mendoza, 192 for his first bowling tournament ever. Made the 4-6 that game. It's pretty solid. Where'd you finish? What lane? What lane did you finish on? High end? You got right here?
Jimmy finished on 11-12.
Okay. Kyle Wakefield, who asked for a spot earlier today in the chat.
I watched the 2 shots. You missed the head pin right, and then I missed it right again.
I bowled so bad.
Well, Fitzgerald is, I'm sorry, Kyle Wakefield is complete. He shot 188. Again, Fitz with the 181 is not going to be enough. So let's refresh again and see what other scores that we have available.
I squeezed in, and you're ahead of me. Yes, I did.
Uh-oh, it's becoming clear. John.
Yeah. Mayor.
Right? Can I be like excited now? So put Derek in there. I want a beer so bad. And I'm like shaking too.
Folks, Matt Anderson right now.
Derek in there, Fitzgerald short.
I'm going to be the 10th spot.
Yeah, I'm the fucking number.
Derek Acuff, please bring your score sheets.
Well, it won't count if Derek Acuff doesn't bring his score sheet in.
We are missing your score sheet.
Dallas Leong has been watching this all unfold here.
I know I needed to strike out.
All right, guys, that wraps up the 6 p.m. squad. It was just
I
going
can't
next
play
one.
it from
Finalize the 6 p.m. squad scores
That makes it tough. Yes.
and get our cuts made.
And I know Derek shot like a 2-team. I think got to 05.
Yeah,
It still keeps him in the number.
he's minus 20.
Minus 29, so that makes that number empty.
Yeah. All right, so folks, just to remind you of what's going to happen here. So we're going to add up the scores officially. That's what's going down here. Dallas Leong is put on a headset. Jonathan Mayer was just talking to us. He was just talking about he knew he needed to strike out. It was going to be close. Thanks, Annie, by the way.
If you have made the cut, we do have a paddock behind our check-in table.
So as the scores are being confirmed and added, if you do have the standings link, and a quick scroll up will get you there, but let me drop it for you one more time. You can kind of follow along in real time just by refreshing as they get updated in real time, which kind of adds to like a different level of intrigue if you need a little intrigue at 10:18 Arizona time. Matt Anderson came over and said he thought he was the number. And he started looking at every name and he had all the numbers in his head. He knew where certain folks had finished. And it looks like that's going to be true. There's one score.
What is going on? Are a plane about to take off? Oh no.
There's a Luster King. Someone put it.
Put his ball in there.
Is it?
I didn't even know those two were operational. That's how luster came in.
All the scores in?
Almost. Almost. Yeah, you're good.
Way to go, Rain Man. You're in there.
Enjoy. So.
All you viewers out there, I bowled so bad.
All right, boys, we have our cut scores.
Cut scores out.
Leader of the 6 p.m. squad.
This is incredible.
Darren Tang plus 250.
All right, so Darren Tang is the leader.
Second,
253.
plus 165, De'Ron Booker.
I think if you gave me 5 more games, I don't think I could get to 250.
Plus 253.
Plus 128, Brian Heelan. Fifth at plus 109.
Well, he
Chad
averaged
Jovich. Sorry,
45. No, 50.
Sixth at plus 76, Chad Jovich. Seventh at minus 6. Quite the drop off. Kyle Michalowski. Eighth at minus 20, Derek Acuff. And ninth and final qualifier at minus 37, Matt Anderson. Here's my bowlers. We start at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Darren Tang and D-Ron Booker, you guys have 2
I tell you, I
buys.
don't know if there's a more happier person in the building right now than Matt Anderson. And hey, rightfully so. And he said it, admittedly. He bowled so bad. He felt that he didn't deserve to be in the number, but hey.
If they fall, they fall.
It happens, and this is what you get. So he's in. Just outside that number, Jonathan Mayer, minus 5-2. Jacob Buttroff, minus 5-3. Michael Fitzgerald, who we watched here finish up, minus 5-7.
Also, brackets are ready to be paid out.
Jimmy Montgomery, minus 5-9. That's 10th through 14th. I'm sorry, 13th, the beg your pardon. And then you get into the 60s and 14th with Justin Ziegler at minus 62. Cortez Shank finished 15th at minus 66. If Cortez Shank doesn't shoot the 152 game on 7 and 8, he's in. That's what that boils down to. And I'll give him credit for going clean 195 on 5 and 6 and still trying to find a way to get all 10 pins down and managing to shoot 218 and making it close. So again, I imagine that he's going to bowl again. And if he is, it's on the burn. I like his look, or liked his look, at least on the low end. I don't know how it's going to play on the high end if he starts there, whatever the case may be. So that's what we have right now, folks. Again, Darren Tang, D-Ron Booker, Russ Oviatt, Brian Halen, Stu Williams, Chad Jovich, Kyle Michalowski, Derek Acuff, and Matt Anderson, the 9 who advanced from C Squad.
So now the fun begins because we have that 2-game Desperado. You just listed 5 players outside of the number there, and there's 2 squads that have already bowled, so we won't be short of talent here. We tee off at 10:45. Or
yeah. Hey, well, at about 2 minutes ago, Matt said about 9 minutes. So I'm thinking that was probably 10:21, right?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking he was like 10:30, and that's what's going to go down. Keith in the chat knows Matt very well. I'm not going to confirm or deny. I will just say that Keith knows Matt Anderson very well.
He has to know him very well because he said Matt and not Andrew's brother.
Ben in the chat checking in.
Coach Ben, what's going on?
Ben, who was asking about you? Or mentioning you, Matt. That's why we had Matt on earlier for a nice convo. While we await the final instructions, folks, we got Dallas Leong in the building. If you got some questions for Dallas, I know I have one. And it's the same question I've asked everybody in regards to this lane pattern. But you watched just about this entire squad, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They looked a bit different from, I guess, overall as a squad and how they played them versus A and B.
Correct.
Do you agree? And why do you think that is, if so?
Well, there's 2 parts of that. I think the first is the more you lay down the pattern,
right,
the tighter it gets, and your miss room gets smaller and smaller. And that's the same thing that we go through at the Masters, U.S. Open, Open Championships, all those, premier events. When they're flat like this, and you keep laying the pattern down over and over again, especially because they didn't have time to sit very long. They oiled them at 6 this morning, and we bowled all the way through till now. So they're just snot tight. Then B, I think, a lot of these bowlers, when they come in, or we watched the live stream this morning, we saw guys crossing 5th arrow. We started further left, and now progressively they started further left, which is why I think the scores kind of fell off, is nobody really tried to play that middle part of the lane. And that's one thing that I saw when I bowled, was the middle part of the lane was kind of like the barren wasteland. I played them to the right with urethane, and then I had to jump over the middle of the lane and went to a shiny ball and just kind of curled it into the 1-3. But I think, as you saw with some of these, like like D-Tang was throwing them over the left gutter cap. That's kind of what you have to do, because that's what we had, except 10 boards further to the right. So now there's just kind of a hole in the middle of the lane where you got to kind of fade it into the 1-3.
But there's always so much that goes on in, you know, an event like this, and really an event like the events you just talked about, where, you know, there are multiple, the pattern's going to be down multiple times, there are multiple squads, and everyone's going to more than likely, and even it might be a little different on tour, but someone may be doing something a little bit different than the next player. So it may be even on the same pair, right? Which then makes the pair maybe a little tricky. So when you get to that pair later in the block, it's never not going to be tricky.
Oh, I know that whoever hit 3 and 4 after I bowled on them, I used a very dusty urethane ball, so I knew that there was going to be some funky scores on that pair. But, you know, as I came down, somebody bowled 290 and 270,
right.
So either I did something right or they just got nicer as the day went on. But, you know, the other thing you have to think about is, you know, the closer you get to game 6 and 7, when you start thinking about getting close to that number, the grip pressure goes up a little bit. So then you're starting to inch a little further left because you might pinch it a little bit. And that's one of the things I think we saw here towards the end, is especially people falling in and out of the numbers. And it's just that little yip. That's the difference between a 4-pin or 2-4-5. And I went through plenty of those last 3 games, but you kind of have to weather the storm and make sure you got the right ball in your hand and hit the 1-3 as many times as possible.
Well, you did that very well. You were leading after a couple games, the first 2. And for a while, obviously, you just mentioned urethane. In a pattern that didn't look like it was favoring urethane, you were somehow making that do what it does, at least early on. And you just obviously just talked about had to make a big jump. And basically going literally from right to left and just skipping the middle.
So what I noticed here is if you looked at like 1 through 10, I'm going to say these are probably the most commonly used pairs in the building. So there was a lot more friction in the front part of the lane, especially between like 8 and 12, which is where I was able to throw purple the first 2 games. And then I made the turn down to the high end, and purple just wouldn't see it in the first 20 feet. And I gave her about 4 or 5 too many frames, but, you know, in your head, you always think you're the best bowler in the world, so you're going to make it work. But it's very tough to outbowl ball reaction. And that's one of the things that you kind of have to impose on the youth now, is you can't outbowl your ball reaction. So in the 5th frame, 6th frame, I knew that it was time to put all purple back in the bag and find something else. And I went to a shiny, bigger pearl ball and went in from playing them between, like going up 8 to 12, and I was crossing 23 or 24, and you just had to keep chasing them left, because it's kind of like the mentality is like fish going with the stream. You can't swim upstream. You got to kind of go with the flow, and that's what a lot of the guys that in my squad that were putting up numbers, that's what they were doing. So you just kind of have to follow along and know your strengths to your game. You know, I know I'm not going to hook it as much as Tez, but I got to be in the same ballpark. You know, you got to be in the same zip code. So there's just little things there you got to nitpick and find your way through the course of the day. I knew that I got a lot of pins at the beginning part of the day. I was just trying to stay patient, fill the frames, and get a double in the middle of the game to get to 2-0. You know, towards the middle, I didn't feel like I had enough ball action to get a bye, but I knew I was going to be safe in the number, so you just stay patient, wait till the end of the day, because you'd rather be bowling tomorrow than, unfortunately, having to lace them up here at 10:45.
Lane 5, Brian Bledsoe. Lane 6, Josh Anthony. Lane 7, George Haugen. Lane 7, Cortez Schenk.
So, folks, by the way, as Theo is announcing lane assignments for the Desperado squad.
Lane 10, Cade Killian.
But
Lane 11, Chris
I don't know if
Clark.
you guys heard it, but there was just a random noise in the background.
Oh. Lane 13,
There is a Luster King.
Marcus Haley. Lane 15,
And if you're familiar with the Luster King, it
16, Mason
shines your
Moore.
bowling balls.
Lane 17,
Don't see many of them often these days. Or operational, that's a very good point.
Frank Truccione. Lane 19,
It works here
Al King. Lane
at Lakeview
19,
Lanes. And
Lane
we all look
20,
behind like trying to figure out what the noise was. GG3 comes over and says it was the Luster King. That's why I put his ball in it.
Mendoza, lane 22.
I'm very interested to see.
I'm about to see my reflection in it.
I'm so curious now. We had a really good convo with Matt too. So I'm extremely curious here how this is going to work.
Guys are going to get 5 minutes of warm up.
All right, good 5 minutes. You all right?
Oh no, concussion protocol.
It's a tall gentleman there, Mason Moore. He hit his head. Mom, Mason hit his head. So he said he's okay. Looks like Cortez is going to start on 7 and 8, which is, I mean, I didn't choose the lane assignments, but if I could have chosen anybody to start with and be able to watch, it would have been him. So just in front of us right now, Mark Myers. We got George Gohagen III on 7 and 8 as well. Cortez Schenk is going to be on 7 and 8. I'm not sure he's going to be on 5 and 6 yet. Looks like Josh Tajiri was going to bowl on 3 and 4.
Can I get a redraw? Just finish it.
John Mayer is requesting a redraw.
Mulligan.
Brian Bledsoe is going to be on 5 and 6. Josh Anthony also on 5 and 6. My man Dan Price is going to be on 3 and 4, looks like. I talked to Chris Sanders earlier today. Chris gave it a nice run during B Squad, but came up a little short late. Keith, I don't know, but I can't imagine it's different than what we've been doing at this point. In a 2-game sprint, keep it simple and easy, left lane left, right lane right. But I'll ask Theo, man, and obviously get some confirmation on that. But this should be very interesting. The last Desperado squad I saw was at the Bradley. And I learned there, you just don't know.
I mean, looking at the scores that were down here, I think the highest I saw was Tez with 218. So you multiply it times 2, you think the cut's going to be 35 over? That seems like a lot.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, with all due respect, I don't know if no one's probably about to do what Darren Tang just did. Not saying it's impossible, but based on what Darren Tang did as a whole, especially the last 4 games, 3 of the last 4, he lets you know it's out there. Can you execute it like him? Now, maybe D-Ron Booker, right? D-Ron, I don't think he was that far left, but I didn't get a chance to see him because he was on the high end. But he went 255, 251, 244. And that got himself a 2-round bye. Russ may have been that. In fact, I think Russ is. I think he also earned one. I think Theo said someone had to finish. The third place finisher had to be above plus 130, whatever it was. And Russ is at plus 144. So I do believe Russ will get that extra bye.
He will be on lane 5.
Brian Halen, plus 128. Trying to think where he finished at. But, you know, everybody at this point was, as you would imagine, very similar in play. You know, you got to just take a look at, obviously, what Jacob Buttroff is going to do. Looks like Jonathan Mayer might be close to us. So we'll be able to keep an eye on him.
Probably about 3 minutes.
So game 1 in the Desperado 2-game sprint. I mean, talk about trying to get off to a good start.
That's the hard part with a 2-game sprint. When it was an 8-game sprint, you know, it's a lot easier to lose the tournament in the first game than win it. But
you can lose it now.
2 games, it's 20 frames.
Do me a favor. Lift your microphone up. And then, well, not all, not that far. Closer to into your mouth area, and then move it forward. Excellent.
There you go.
Thank you. I want to make sure you're heard at the best optimal decibel possible.
Well, I talk quiet to begin with, so that's
correct.
That's hard.
So and that's me. So I've been there. So I'm like, all right. I may be overshouting Dallas, which is hard for me to overshout anybody. Chris Clerk is also bowling. Corrine Acuff is bowling.
I see
Christine Johnston, sorry.
Butters is down there. Ari Wilson.
Frank Uccione is bowling.
This squad is loaded more than some of the other squads that bowled today.
Jenny Brown is
We're going
bowling.
to start you on 5 minutes of practice. It will show 10 minutes, but we will cut them off at 5.
Fire in the hole.
I'm gonna go bowl prediction here. Bowl prediction cut. Cortez Shank 500 for 2.
It's 5 minutes of practice. You know, you can throw every ball in your bag, and he told me he's got a truck full of them out there. So just keep trying until one of them works.
Well, that's one of the joys of being at home.
Yeah, they are curving. Kyle King down there.
Yeah, I see 3 names on each pair of lanes. So that would get us to 33 bowlers if that's accurate.
Practically a 4th squad.
Five people will advance from this squad. 5. And that will complete the top 32. I'm at a point totally unrelated to what's in front of us, but I'm wondering what I'm going to eat.
You know, luckily you're on the West Coast, and we have a couple places that are open a little later.
But I had that yesterday. If you're referring to like In-N-Out.
No.
Oh, there's
baby.
more places.
No.
Oh, well, Dallas, what are we saying here?
We got to go for the Whataburger.
There's a Whataburger here?
There is Whataburger.
Get out of here.
If there's one thing you're going to trust, it is my knowledge of where Whataburger is.
Wow. I didn't know that. A. Then B, are you saying that Whataburger is better than In-N-Out?
Now that is a great debacle, and you don't want to tee off the chat on this. But
I think I do. I think we're at a point where it's 10:40. I've been there since 5 a.m.
I go through some ebbs and flows.
It's bowling.
I crave one or the other. Obviously, when I'm at home, it's a lot easier to get one of them. So. Yeah.
See, you might make me do it too.
My sales pitches, we're not getting out of here till 11:30, and they got the 11 o'clock breakfast. A little breakfast taquito, a little honey butter chicken biscuit. Whew. Soul singing right now.
I've got some grapes in the room. Maybe I might just hunker down. Let's take the grapes.
If it was a 7 a.m. tea time, I'd just tell you to sleep on the pool table a little more. 'Cause we're going to be turning around back right here anyway.
I mean, in fact, I'm glad you said that. Let me set my alarms now. What time we start? 8, right?
I think so.
That's what it would be here. 6:30, which means. Okay. We can start there.
That is one very interesting thing to see across the board here is what does the left look like?
Yeah, I was thinking that, and in our immediate view, I don't see any lefties.
I got Gigi over here and Butters down yonder.
Thank you. I'm sorry. My guy's right there.
Yeah.
On 7 and 8. So that's 9, 10, 11, and 12. Chris Sanders, Michael Fitzgerald over there. Matt Zweig is there along with Chris Clerk. Mason Moore.
Mason and Ari, I think, are on 15 and 16.
Mason's doing a little lofting. Yeah, Ari's on that pair too. Boy, there's some. If you were to ask me to pick 5 players from this squad, I could give you a couple of different combinations. I'm picking Cortez based on his ball reaction in the last game and a half. Really, the last 10 frames in one shot.
If you make it, I need you here by no later than 7:30.
7:30.
6:30 for me.
Good luck.
I'm going to take 30 minutes extra tomorrow because I don't have to tear anything now. Thanks to Mike Diermeyer. Appreciate it. All right, folks. This is it.
Let the games begin.
Fitzgerald not wasting any time. Cortez. He's got a Zen and a UC3. Speaking of Cortez, that's what he put on the rack.
That's good. Oh boy.
Tell you what, doesn't matter when.
It's so easy. You leak it a little right, it just falls in the drink.
Doesn't matter if it's Desperado, doesn't matter if it's A, B, C squad. You can still get 3 off the right or left.
Swisher 10 there. That is one thing I did notice is my strike percentage when I missed by arrows left and went Brooklyn, 100%.
If you're just joining us, God bless you. It means, especially if you're in a time zone that you probably would normally be asleep. But I appreciate those of you. You got about 170 of you right now hanging tough.
Tez with the early double.
500 for 2.
500 for 2.
The Zin was the difference. Even though he's not throwing it right now, but watching him throw that ball and having the fill shot with it.
That's another thing you have to factor in here is stamina. 10 games.
Is there any advantage to having just bowled?
I would say
from the stamina perspective, not on the lanes.
Yeah, you know, your body's already moving, the muscles are already pretty loose. But the other thing is you have the knowledge of, you know, what direction are the lanes going. Do they feel a little superior to the left? There's a little more friction to the right. But I bowled a tournament a couple weeks ago. We bowled 16 games in one day.
Was that the Ironman?
Yeah, that Texas Ironman. And, you know, I mean, I bowled tournaments all my life. I practice every day. 16 games in one day, that's bonkers.
Yeah, 16, and I know that's one of the tournaments that people talk a lot about and enjoying to bowl, getting that type of challenge, which you don't get all the time. And then there's some there's match play to that too, right? Am I
yeah,
correct?
There's a bracket final. I laced them up at 8 o'clock, 7:30, and I didn't leave the bowling center until midnight. But you know,
yet somehow you're still here today.
As a competitor, that's one of the things you live for, though. You want them to be tough. You want to be challenging. That's one of the events I enjoy every year. We have a wide array of scores right now. Got some doubles, but we also have some sevens. I see a 3. Tajiri with the strike. UFO alert coming from a Barter.
That seems to be just a popular choice today. That's why I was commenting on that, and Darren was throwing it earlier in the blog.
See, when they are as flat, and there's some OB out there, you need a bigger ball that kind of bogs down the middle part of the lane, but also tames down that back part of the lane. And that's what I had. I ran into the issue of, you know, if you go with the ball a little smaller core, it gets a little erratic, a little too sharp. That's when you get the old 4-pin, 2-pin bucket motion. That's tough. But you can go strike 9 spare, double. That's what you need right now. Nobody had the front 3. But then again, I have terrible vision, so I don't know. I see a double right here.
Very, very interesting. Oh, work ball.
Get over there. Oh, no.
So we've got 27 bowlers confirmed for tomorrow's match play bracket. 9 from A squad, 9 from B squad, 9 from C squad, which just wrapped up probably about maybe 40 minutes ago at this point. And we will have 5 additional after this 2-game sprint. Shank.
Go.
That's, I mean, I don't know how much more frustration one can have. He has gone through these last, I guess probably about the last hour, I feel like.
And when you're throwing them at those funky angles, and you got to really ace them off your hand, those half 10s, quitter 10s, those are the ones that especially hurt. I lived through many of those in my day, so I feel the pain there.
Troy Blickenstaff on 5 and 6. Not bowling currently. Oh, that was Brian Bledsoe who gave the big 4 a nice run. Blickenstaff with a lot of talent. First time seeing him. He's about to step up here in a minute. Wait, that 10-pin fell? You didn't have a 10-pin? That messenger came over and knocked that out?
Which one?
Troy.
Yeah.
How about that? So it did fall. I didn't think it was going to get there. Like my eyes went to something else.
Oh no!
I hate to see that, Josh. But you might owe some people some beverages.
Yeah.
Well, I said, you know, you might owe some beverages. All right.
Ooh. Got a spiller.
I don't know how old Troy is, but maybe he's just pushing 21. Nailed it.
Good guess. Good guess.
Nailed it, 21. Well, so far, at least in our general viewing area here, Troy, again with the front 4, we've got spare 3-bagger over on 9 and 10.
Right now, 200 looks like a great score. So hard because if it doesn't see it in that front 30 feet, or if it sees it too quick, the 3-6-10s.
Boy, George Gohagen III. I go back and look at his block, and he shouldn't even be bowling right now. That's how well he bowled overall. And obviously he got to the end, and his lowest game was at the end of the tournament or end of the block. But I think through 7, his low game was 193.
The crazy thing is, you know, you could hit any other pair in the building. They're both 220.
Oh. Now 2 splits in 3 frames. Cortez with a 3-step.
Right between the 8-9.
He just goes to every tool. Unlimited tools. Uh-oh, Josh.
Tajiri, a little 3-bagger. Troy with the spare. Over the front 4.
Anthony Cando.
No, it's not Cando, it's can-do. Because my man's got a can-do attitude. That's right. I'm going to trademark that so you can't steal it.
So earlier when we were talking about that, right? When you drop that in, look, literally, because I trust you, I was going to go with that. I'm like, well, all right. I mean, I don't think it's right, but okay, if you said it.
I do that every time. I tell him he needs to change his Instagram handle to that. That's a marketing thing right there.
Good shot there for Josh in the 5th. Back on it. Nothing going on too crazy on 1 and 2. Dan Price stepping up on lane 4. Cortez.
The double. I believe that's the pair he bowled 150 on.
It is. Like, if there was ever a player who wanted to go back to that pair, I feel like it'd be him.
Pair can only get you once. You got to get it back one time. I believe Troy has thrown the Zen ball.
Oh, hook.
Curling.
30 bowlers in the squad here at Gerber. 30 bowlers. And the skip is the same. Left moves left, right moves right. So from that vantage point, we will see George Gohagen on 5 and 6, along with Cortez Shank in game number 2 of this one.
And 5 and 6, and I have Tajiri moving over to lane 6. We really got to make our cameras mobile. Go down behind them.
Yeah, the high end has been some good scores from that place, that spot as well.
Like I said, 200 looks really good right now.
I mean, from that vantage point, it's been the same.
Quick 4 on lane 8. Uh-oh.
Well, Rose City asks, what do you think it'll take to be 5th after 2 games? Well, man. 380?
Yeah.
I mean, 375 might be all right. And I'm really not being facetious. Like, not much has changed. We've got some really good players on a really demanding condition. Now into the 9th game bowled on this pattern for this basically C Squad, and now into the Desperado.
I think it's going to crack 400, but it's not going to be much more than that. 408 to 412.
Oh, Keith, here we go. Set lines again. Chris Clark just went big 4 on 11 and 12. It's clean to the 7th frame here. Big shot there for George. If you can find a way to make something happen on this left lane.
That double there's huge.
Yeah, at 190 would be great.
3-6-10, hardest spare in bowling. You can debate that in chat.
So someone asked earlier about what they thought was the most difficult, or what we thought the most difficult spare was. At the time, they said 2-8. I agreed. 3-6-10, I know many do not like. Troy trying to make this not interesting here.
He's trying to pitch the shutout here in the first game. Was Troy in my squad?
He was.
The jury big double to get to the 2 teams. Tez, ugh, blistering 4-9. Pink ball didn't get there. Is that John Mayer with 220?
No. That is Garrett Strail. I believe that's how you say the name. One more, and that's where he's going to be. Nice break for Josh. Nearly made for Shank.
215 in the clubhouse. That's a number I like. Tez went for all the marbles. Almost spared it there. Troy's looking to put this away early.
4-pin there for Garrett. That's going to put him in
25.
2 teens. Big shot here. Bang. That's big for
big double.
GG3. Chris Silva.
Chris Silva's got a lot of strikes up there.
Boy, he's in the 240s. Big church here for Troy. Shank.
Go. Oh.
Spare here for Cortez.
Spills him.
2-0 still sounds pretty good. But Chris Silva's going to be in the 250s.
He just took the lead for a few pairs down here.
Got 2 215s. Uh-oh, get one.
Oh, no.
Good shot there from Bledsoe. It's going to be in the 170s. Silva finishes with 255.
255. Oh boy. Tez fills for 202.
All right, no 500 for 2. Well, I guess it still could happen. It's still in play.
Still out there.
It's still in play. Chris Clerk.
Clerk with the big double to get the 2-0 pace. Just
Big.
so hard to see down there.
190 for a chance here, but one at a time for GG3. Church there for GG3. Just saw one there from Troy. A make would be lovely. That's just to get to 160s.
Was there anything else I had that was good?
All right.
Ooh. 210? 2810?
Wow. The Greek Church, and again, the 210 here for Troy.
This week just blistered a 9-pin for... From a couple players saying 2-0 is looking mighty fine right now.
And that keeps everybody in the game, if that's the case. I mean, everybody, the majority of the field shooting 2-0, except Chris Silva and Garrett Strail and Josh Tajiri.
Yeah.
All right, so we got a chance to see Matt Zweig here. Oh, almost in it again.
188.
Matt is going right, so he's going to be on 13 and 14.
Tez was throw balling 6, and I think it hooked 5 times.
This is they'll throw one shot at a time. The best shot you got. I've been watching Josh Bowl today, and I've been trying to get a handle on his release. First of all, does he have championship trophies? Does he have the Larry O'Brien trophy on the collar of his jersey on the neck? Is that what that is?
Yeah, it's his homage to the Golden State Warriors.
Oh. Okay, Josh, I can respect that.
He's actually here as a favor to me. I flew up to San Jose last weekend and bowled the tournament in Reno with him. So he said, I'll fly to Vegas and we'll go to Phoenix together.
How'd y'all do last week?
We did pretty good. It was like a team doubles tournament. We cashed in all of our places and had some bracket money. The main thing we went for was Rib Fest.
Okay.
Let me tell you. You ain't seen nothing till you've been at Rib Fest.
I never got a chance to go to, but I remember being there and saw the heavy promotion. Chris Clerk throwing bombs.
That gets him to 219 max?
No, 229 max. He's got a frame or a shot to go.
I think the most crucial thing will be the first 2 frames of the second game. Because the last thing you can do is go a whole hole.
Oh, push. Chris Sanders has joined us. Chris Silva, who just shot 255 now on 7 and 8. But Chris Clerk to finish it out.
227?
227. That was a great show. Those of you who may be familiar, a little Jack A back in the day. That might be some of you a little maybe not thinking about it. Somebody's got to know what 227 is. You don't know what 2-2 set? Come on, Dallas. Good Lord.
That is not me.
Uh-oh, Josh. Are you familiar with Regina King?
Rings a bell.
The actress, director. She was a very young actress on that show in the 80s. Oh, good Lord. That was almost just a night ender right there. It's like, you know what? I'm good. So Chris Clark with 227. So just of the scores that I was able to see around. Chris Silva, 255. That's got to be the high. Chris Clark, 227. Again, this is without seeing everything on the high end. A couple of 215s, a 212, a 202. That's by Cortez.
So that would make the cut to your math to 2.
From what I have right now?
Yeah.
Of those 5 scores? Sure.
George and Tez here on strike, spare, strikes, pace. Silva with the big double.
Chris Clark, good shot, just wrapped a mean 10 pin. He's on 9 and 10 with Michael Fitzgerald.
Not as crazy airtime as I thought we would be seeing now.
Yeah, that's, I think, the one thing that's probably shocked me the most. I was expecting to see more based on the length, and especially how A Squad was playing, and I'm like, boy, you know, some people might run out of room, and that never happened.
I think Mason Morris is throwing it the furthest down the lane than I can see.
Big split make, I think, for Matt Zweig.
So hard. Strike spare could be the front 4.
Back-to-back 10 pins for Clark.
Pink ball strikes on 8. Yamamoto's running back with an iPad, which means the score should be up.
was wondering if I sent Theo a text to see if the Desperados were to be online. They weren't individually named, but there it is.
Like clockwork.
And we'll be entering those momentarily. Uh-oh.
Ooh, hook.
Well, if your theory is, you know, 0, 4, 5, plus 4, 2, 3, something like that. Obviously, Cortez is on that pace. Oh no, there were enough decent scores just on what we saw, not even including what we didn't see on the high end, to lend one to believe that maybe 30 might be a better number. You know, 215 doesn't sound bad.
Yeah. We take a 232-0 maneuver.
Oh boy. That's really a tough spare. The miss nonetheless here for Cortez in the 5th frame. Troy has moved over to the left, gets a good break on Brooklyn and open in the 4th.
Looks like 5 and 6 hooks a lot more in the front part of the line. Josh's ball hooked early, Tez's ball hooked early.
I did the same thing at Desperado when I did in Europe. Like 4-9 shot, I shot the spare.
All right, let's see here. 30 bowlers, we got 30 scores. Scores. Jerry Mars. Jerry Mars, what are you doing up, man? It's 118 at home, bro. All right, so their scores. Drop the link. Hopefully I dropped the right link. I'm pretty sure I did. So Chris Silva, 255. Chris Clerk, 227. Wyatt Trzowski. Oh, I'm sorry. Trzkowski, 223. And Frank Muccioni, 216. And there's a tie for the 5th spot with, again, the pair of 215s that we saw from Garrett and Josh. Shank, 10th at 202. Kyle King, 8th at 203. Michael Fitzgerald, 8th at 205. With Troy Blickenstaff, 7th at 212. And of course, the 9th and 10th frames there. Troy could be leading after one game.
By a bunch.
Jacob Buttrop shot 198. Maureen Acuff shot 196. Adzwag 188.
So hard to gauge scores because there's no one really running them out. Little fist pumps.
Well, let's see if GG3.
GG's got the double.
That sheet here, that's.
He can get to 59. Slow down.
Things you don't expect. You talked about hooking early on that pair. Where's Chris Sanders? Yeah, he shot 151. Chris Sanders will be somebody to watch out a couple of years. He's getting a lot of valuable experience bowling high-level tournaments. All these youngsters out here. Fun to see.
Ooh. Bledsoe can get to 38. Now we get him to 17.
Wow.
There's just no gimmies.
Rip, those are all good points, but Nick is correct. That is the one a very important variable in this situation, that this is not on fresh. For some, that's a blessing. For some, it is not.
Yeah. Clark with the double.
Wow. I mean, just a lazy kick on the 10. So he got 2 good breaks and worked it into a 3-bagger. It's exactly what you got to do. Fitzgerald trips a 4 and Fitz all of a sudden.
In the hunt.
16 a third, clean, and working on a 3-bagger. Chris Silva giving a lot of pins back here.
Silva gave some back.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Wow. I hate to do it at my man's expense, but I'm probably going to have to clip this and post it at some point.
Yeah.
That is the night ender for real. What pin was that?
Might have been that pin. That's one of those Gerben days.
That's wow. The insult to injury. Meanwhile, Shank, 9th frame.
Help it.
Wow. All right. Max score 237. You'd have to imagine if he doubles here, he's in.
Yeah.
At plus 39.
To me, 39 is a bunch. Silva gave some back. Blicky Staff's giving some back here.
Jacob Buttrell, there's a fist pump.
Butter's running him out. And we gotta watch Fitzgerald here. He can get to 70.
Yeah, that's let's see, Fitz. Through the nose. 3-6-10. Shot coming up here for Tajiri.
This would be big to get him close.
We'll get some help.
Go. Butters 3-pin?
Looks like it.
Oh boy.
I think Matt Zweig somehow just worked his way into a double. He threw a shot that a couple frames ago that he did not like at all. Shank. I enjoyed that back pedal.
I've been a victim of that back pedal way too many times. Curl.
Chris Clark still clean. He's got one double. To get him in.
All right. Gets you to 26. Puts him at 28.
Yeah, plus 28 if he makes this. Good break for Clark. He was flirting momentarily with the 6-7-10. 7-pin got up and left the bar.
Looks like Zweig's giving it a run down there, but I don't know. What did he bowl the first game?
He shot 188.
Looks like he can get to 30 or 40. Silva's giving back a buncher right here.
All right, 226. Fitzgerald just struck in the 8th frame.
That could get him to 40.
Both Nick and Stu trying to decipher which pin that JG3 is not going to enjoy.
All right, so Silva here can get to 67. That would get his total to 20. 67 is 33. That gets him to 22. So Tez is going to round him. Licking Staff can get to 66. Can get to 56. Zweig just 210. He's going to pick up the run.
Shot on the fill off camera there for GG3. Right now it's Chris Clark, 8th frame.
Go.
Oh boy.
Don't fall. That's the messenger I always get. The 6 out of 3 610.
Again, scores. Silva was at, well, now that's official. Chris shoots 164 after shooting 255.
19.
That's 419. Uh-oh. Oh, boy.
No foul, but still only one. So that gets him to 149.
That could have been dangerous. But confirmed by 2 competitors. So it's going to be a spare on the board for Chris Clark.
Only got one.
Huh?
Only got one.
Did he?
Yeah. It's magic.
Jeez, good Lord.
Oh.
I need to go to sleep. Well, 209 now the max.
Oh my God, dude. I was trying so hard with that. That was really so stressful. It was really frustrating. I got those breaks, but
You're close. I don't know. My 8 to 12 is looking pretty hot right now.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
Tez in the clubhouse with 28. He's gunning on Silva. I don't know where Triel, Garrett.
Yeah, that's the one score I don't have. Garrett and Frank. I don't see Wyatt for that matter too. I'm not sure I saw Wyatt today. I saw Sean. But I didn't see Wyatt. Zikowski.
Fitzgerald here can get to 227. It's a little Fitz magic here. Needs this. Good shot.
Let's click refresh a couple times.
Maybe.
All right, not yet.
That one's big.
Fitz started with 205. He should be feeling pretty good about himself at the moment. Cortez got to what? 226.
So gets him to 28. That gets Fitzgerald to 22. Well, 19 at the moment. All of them?
All right, you never know.
21.
So we got a plus 21, a plus 28, and a plus 19.
And we got a lot of numbers that are close here in that 2, 3, 5, 12 range.
That strike there from Frank. He's got a little smile there. I feel like
That's a good
that
sign.
might be the one. Speaking of the one, and not the bowling ball. Chris Clark, 10 pin. First shot.
9, that can get him to 189. That gets him to the magic number of 16.
This looks like one of those situations where someone who, you know, we're not thinking about all the, you know, just makes their way into the top 5.
Yeah.
That's how this feels.
Like I said, look at all these people in -4, -2, Butters, King. So we have a 21, a 28, and a 19. $10 back. So that gets Clerk to 16.
Looks like everyone is done.
The boliche is complete.
Qualifying is officially complete unless there's a tie.
Oh.
Which at this point,
be another game?
I still think would be is in play, just based on the scores themselves. Yes, it would be a game.
The only 2 numbers I see safe are Tez and Fitz.
Bowlers Desperado is wrapped up. If you have your score sheets, please make sure you bring them up here so we can announce our top 5 from the Desperado, rounding out our top 32 brackets.
That's why the scores haven't updated. Waiting for sheets.
Thank you, Greg. I'm like, I only saw Sean today with the last name of.
What?
Hey, I trust him. Oh, thank you, Miss Moore. Appreciate you hanging out. All right, so we need to. So it's Sean Garrett. Sean Garrett. No, Josh didn't get there. We know Troy did not get there.
We just have a bunch of wild cards.
Yeah, there's not anything in between.
They said shut her down. Closing time.
It's closing time. Do, 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 do. It's the only words I know.
It's all the words you need to know.
Dun, 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 dun.
Waiting on score sheets from Mark Myers, Ari Wilson, Matt Zweig, and Marcus Henley and Christine Johnston. Please bring us our score sheets so we can write on this thing.
That's the first time I've ever seen a score that had 5 circle numbers. The first 5 frames were all circle numbers. And I said, how's that possible?
And ball changes. Like, wasn't I was just sitting there doing the same thing over and over? Like, I tried different things, you know? Like, I was trying to do something, you know?
We always say we guess wrong, but like we guess wrong every time.
Every time? I never guessed right. Yeah, so that's 15.
15.
Hey, it was worth it.
See, but it worked. It worked out. It worked out. You know, if it didn't work out, it'd be maybe 20 or what? Now I'm out of 1. We're good.
Talking to Cortez, I asked him what his on a scale of 1 to 10, what was his level? What was his meter at? He said 15, and he was just talking about like the last 2 games. He left, at least 4 or 5 4-pins.
But there's 3 other games before that he.
Well, yeah, add in the 152 we were just talking about with the 5 circles to start. Boy, what a day this has become. A lot of interesting things today.
Hey, so unofficially, there's
Oh.
a tie at 5th at 419.
Told you.
Unofficially.
But you're a Rain Man, so I trust you.
Oh, I always know the score.
This is, I told you, this is prime for a tie. Like the way this is going today,
They are impossible.
this was prime for a tie.
Roll off on that.
So it'd be Silva and.
Frank Guccione and
All right.
no man's name.
We have our top 5 finalists.
Oh, maybe not.
We do have
Yep.
a tie for 5th.
Let's go!
Thank you for making my life harder and keeping me here longer.
This is great. You can leave, by the way, if you need
There's
to.
a
I'll be bowing out here shortly. I just want to hear this
you should
guy.
probably get out of here. Who was it? Sorry.
On 5 and 6.
Oh.
As we on 5 and 6, it's the live stream pair.
Let's go!
Chris Silva and Frank Guccione was
Wow.
plus 22. So Chris Silva and Frank, if you can go to lanes 5 and
Bonus
6, please.
bowling at the Desperado. All right, who else was? Well, we missed the top 4, right?
We missed the top
Did I-
4, but we have 2 of them here at least. Tez and Fitz.
Or did they just not announce
Oh,
this?
sorry. I'm looking at the wrong number. Plus 19, I'm sorry. I was looking, plus 19 is the number.
King jumped
I was
in.
looking at
Butters.
how far back from the leader they were. Plus 19.
Kyle
I'd like to
King,
give Fitzgerald a heart
Jacob
attack.
Buttriff, Cortez
The bald
Shank,
spot's going to get bigger.
Michael Fitzgerald.
All right. The
41,
four there for sure,
33,
and Kyle King at
28,
plus 41,
21.
Jacob Buttriff plus 33. Cortez
And a
Shank plus
tie
28,
for
and
5th.
Michael Fitzgerald plus 21.
Chris Clark finishes
And then,
3
As
pins.
mentioned, we have a tie between
First hit
Chris
in the
Silva
10th.
and Frank Guccione. I need you
Yeah,
both to 5
Kyle
and
bowled
6
like
ASAP, please, so we can get this done and over with.
But as far as the placing, that's right. Kyle at 500, Jacob 40. The rest are right. That's all.
Kyle King shot
I'm gonna give you guys
260.
one shot on
What
each
did you just say?
lane, and then we're going right into it.
So someone did get to 500, huh?
Yeah.
Well, we're going right into it. I don't have a lower third for this one.
Game 3 of 2.
There's no tie break. I don't have that. This is, folks, if you're still staying up for this, there's Keith. Good Lord, Keith. You know numbers way too well, man. You know how to set these overs.
Well, can't say they didn't earn this one.
Man. Well, I should go turn the camera. I'm going to turn it and angle it so we see exactly what's going on 5 and 6.
Well, Chris, you have the higher game, so you'll get the choice of if you want to start or if you want Frank to start.
I just wanted to eat.
Since there's a roll-off, do we get like an extra 30 minutes of sleep? Or?
That's an acceptable question at this point in time. I don't think so, though. Thankfully, Mike Deermeyer is not here. Because Mike was the only person who was here prior to Theo and I. He was here before 5 a.m.
Wow.
Theo and I got here at 5:03. It's all right. It's 10 frames.
All right, YouTube, I'm out of here.
Yeah, you do that. Enjoy your night. Good bowling. Appreciate you. Dallas Leon gonna step on out and go home like he should. I didn't hear how many shots they get, folks. Good Lord, Mike. What? Mike, you got to be asleep, man. Well, I can't drink any honey yet, man. Jared Barrett. I definitely will need tea in the morning, though. That's a given. It's funny that Kyle King just told me about that same cot in the back. This is, I mean, for the inaugural event, it can't get more inaugural than having a tie. The Desperado. That's about as inaugural as you can get.
Yeah. I'm ready to go home.
Yeah, but that's
Get
not
a couple hours of sleep.
That's not what we do.
No.
Somehow Mike is still up though. I referenced him by saying he's the only person that was here before us, and he's still awake.
Yeah.
But I feel you, Mike. That's what you do in this business. You just sleep next week. That's what we all say.
I just tell myself I'll sleep when I'm dead. So.
Except me, because I'll have two incredible children who will not allow it next week. Well, we're underway, and Chris Silva opens, no pun intended, with an open. Here in the Desperado tiebreak. Frank Guccione versus Chris Silva. They tied at plus 19. Theo has joined me. What looks to be a little pitch black action there from Frank. Of course, there's so many ways this thing could have gone. Jonathan Mayer finished at plus 3.
Chris Clark, flat 10 in the 10th.
First shot in the 10th.
Yep. Right now, I'm wishing he would have carried it. It could be done. You know, that's not an easy spare on this.
It's just incredibly hard. I think this is just all mental right now.
Absolutely.
You know, Dallas actually really brought up a great point. We were talking about stamina at this point. And I think all of these, let's see, yeah, Chris just bowled. And Frank bowled this afternoon.
I think he bowled this morning.
Or did he bowl this morning? Yeah, he bowled this morning.
Yeah. So he's been up for quite a while today as well. Said he went and watched some football games in the meantime.
He watched Notre Dame lose. Sorry to any ND fans out there. I actually really want them to win. I really like Marcus Freeman. But they got upset by Marshall today.
Yeah, their season's pretty much done.
Probably won't win a national championship.
No. That one's pretty good.
That was very nice. You saw that one read perfectly with urethane and kind of in the junk at this point. How ironic that we will end our night with urethane.
When we thought that had no chance.
It is game 10 of a block, or game 11.
Right.
Technically of a squad.
Yeah, we're pretty deep into it now, so I guess at some point it's gonna have an option.
Folks, we gotta help Theo out here. You know, I know that tone. We gotta get him through this game and get him home.
I'm trying to stay quiet this game. So it's got a little quieter in here.
That's
so
fair. Mike, it is a full game. Ooh, Nick. Oh, I've been there, bro. Oh, I've been there.
Oh, 6 p.m. nap. Yeah, you're done, Nick. Good luck.
It's every parent's worst nightmare. Well, from the first few shots here, Chris trying to figure something out on lanes 5 and 6. Oh gosh, we went the whole day.
Oh, they had to jump in there.
We literally went the entire day. Now I'm upset about the tie only because of spam.
That's pretty good. Ooh. Mike said he's charging me triple for this one.
Yeah, it's getting expensive.
Yeah.
Well, Frank looks to, of the two players, through 3 certainly has the best look. Ezekiel, that's a good question. You know, I feel like Frank is from New Mexico.
I think he's Colorado.
But I
Or New
also
Mexico.
wanted to say Colorado because he bowled the Pro-Am at the New Mexico Open. And he got a very nice warm reception as if he was a local. I know he bowls that tournament very often.
Yeah, I think, I want to say, oh. Wow. Yeah, I want to say he's from Colorado.
Castle Rock, Colorado.
Yep.
Well, there you go, Ezekiel. Amen. Through the nose, 3-6-10. A little fun fact that I just learned. Google is a powerful thing. Frank Guccione lost to Chris Barnes, the 2003 PBA Pepsi Open in the semifinals. You can see Frank back in the day on the good old YouTube. Thanks, YouTube. Thanks. thanks for being a supporter of Bullstream TV.
I had a feeling that he was on tour back in the day. I think he made a couple shows.
Yeah, that's the only one that I came right up, of course, when you Google. O2 pops up as well. Want to find that out. That's interesting. Yeah, Mike, you're right. You can't hear that fan at all until there's only one match happening. Meanwhile, Frank rocking and rolling right now. This is the battle for the 32nd spot.
The final spot.
The final countdown. Doo-doo-doo. I don't know where Chris Silva is from, too, by the way.
I believe he's from here.
Doo-doo-doo-doo.
He started bowling some of my local stuff recently.
Doo-doo-doo. Well, he started in the high game. At least it looked like it was. I heard that Kyle King's score might have been wrong. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
His 6 looked like a 0.
Ah, so he shot 260.
Correct.
Oh. So he
That was
did get to
pretty
5-0, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. So someone did do it.
So either way, he was still the leader. We just shorted him 60.
So the second high game, shot by Chris Silva, 255 to open up game 1 of Desperado.
I was reading the pins back from the leading column. I've been here since 5 a.m.
That's a really good point, actually, Mike, which means that we might hear it tomorrow for the finals, which there will be one match going as well.
Just remember, we have 2 modes.
I know, which means that we probably can't turn it off.
Airplane mode or off. Bowling starts at 8 a.m., so it needs you here by 7:30.
All right. I know that hit.
Gotta take them.
I've gotten plenty of those hits too. Not over yet, but Chris would really like to double here.
Uh-oh.
One, 2, 9. Easy to miss, easy to chop. Perfect.
I heard that the leave of the day today was an 8-9
I think that was probably the one.
by Pat Lombardo.
Actually, but then he left the 3-8-9 also, if I recall correctly.
That's impressive.
The 8-9 was on 5 and 6. I think the 3-8-9 was on 7 and 8.
Wow. Seeing it start to pick up real early.
Because the lanes are everywhere right now, right? So both players using urethane, and you see obviously bowl balls picking up early and necessarily reacting like a urethane ball should, but because there's so much happening in the middle part of the lane right now, any open frame at this point, and specifically for Frank because he's got the lead, makes this thing undetrimental, and there it is.
There it is.
Not quite over yet. 289. Thanks, Moselle. Appreciate you. Yeah, that's what I meant. It's funny when you picture what you want to say in your mind, but just didn't quite come out the way I intended to at all.
You've been here a few hours too, so.
Yeah, we're past midnight now. This might be the longest day I've ever had in the history of live streaming. Big shot. The only thing that would keep Frank at this point, we talked about open frames, of course, but if Chris can somehow figure out a consistent way to get to the 1-3 these next 2 frames, because Frank clearly has had the better look.
That one has a chance.
Oh, boy.
That one looked pretty good.
That's probably going to do it. That's, you throw your best shot at 12:02 a.m. and your 4-pin. Oh, it's all good, people. You don't need to feel. I mean, I appreciate it. But this literally, when I said this earlier, this is bowling right here.
Yeah.
If you're working in the bowling industry, event, tournament, whatever, this is it. This is a U.S. Open day. And heck, right now, they probably feel like they're bowling on the U.S. Open.
Yeah. They've gotten real nasty from the looks of it.
It's a good shot there. 2 really good shots. He did exactly what I just talked about. Figured out a way to throw his best 2 shots in the 8th and 9th frames. Now it's up to Frank to just completely shut the door. Oh, wow.
That's going to seal it.
He's got 2 good breaks.
Yeah.
2 really good ones. 2 really good breaks. That's it. There's still people here.
We have to delay it a little bit. Need a ball return. Got to wake the mechanic up in the back. He's probably got a hammock back there by now.
I keep hearing about this cot that's somewhere.
I want to know.
It's been suggested that maybe you should.
You know, Aaron's put in a lot more work than I have today, so.
Shout out to Aaron. Yeah, he is still here.
That's pretty good right there. That'll do it.
Congrats, Frank. Great bowling. I just need a prosperity score here. The inaugural.
Throw a ball.
Come on. It's history. Can't get to the 10th frame and like, nah.
Right.
we gotta go ahead and finish it.
He's gonna bury 3 of them.
I was gonna say he's probably going straight.
He's gonna get all 3 at this point.
You're gonna bury all 3 Brooklyn. 20
years from now, when Theo is asked, hey, what was the final score of the first ever on the inaugural 10K.
Oh, it's Brooklyn again. Nope.
CBE Classic. That tie for the 32nd spot in the Desperado squad. What was the score between Frank Guccione and Chris Silva?
You know, I'll probably forget a lot of things between now and then, but I'll probably remember that.
32 to whatever's about to happen here. 192.
232 to 192. All right. Good bowling to Frank. Good bowling to Chris as well for getting into that position to be in a roll-off.
And with that, good people of Bowlstream TV, that is it. Officially now, the top 32 have been determined. I would be honest with you. I would read them all off, but I just can't. So I will tell you the top 5 who advanced out of the Desperado squad today. That was Kyle King. That was Jacob Buttriff. That was Cortez Shank, Michael Fitzgerald, and as you just saw, Frank Guccione. I think that will do it. 8 a.m. Pacific time, 8 a.m. Pacific is when we will hit the lanes tomorrow morning. Practice scheduled to begin at 7:50 a.m. And we'll be here about 6:30, of course, and all that jazz. Big thanks to Theo and Aaron for all of their hard work today. Getting you scores and updating them, of course, in real time. Thank you very much to them. Big thanks to all of the guests who joined me today. Man, there were so many. William Graham, Michael Haugen Jr., Jacob Buttriff, Matt Zweig, Theo. I feel like I'm maybe missing one or two from earlier this morning. It's all running together. Our main sponsors, Chuck's Painting, Apparel EFX, and West USA Realty, and Jacqueline Smith. Brunswick, Ramsey Auto Center, and 10-Back Bowling Solutions. That is going to do it for us here. Again, 8 a.m. tomorrow, 8 a.m. Pacific. Right here, the top 32 will bowl. 17 through 32 specifically will start the day. Of course, don't forget about those who earned 2-round buys and those who earned a 1-round buy. So we'll get all of that underway and talk about the format in the morning. Having said all of that, it's been fun. We're going home now for Theo Duthay.
For a couple hours.
And everyone involved with this great event. For Mike Diermeyer and his staff here at Lakeview Lanes, my name is Emil Williams Jr. See you in the morning. This has been a presentation of the CBE 10K Cactus Classic. You watched it live and only on Bowlstream TV. Good night.